Okay. All right. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of July 27, 2023 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis present. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator Javani James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence?
No, Madam Chair.
Please read today's agenda into the record.
July 18th, 2023, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance agenda for July 27th, 2023. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, July 27th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lauert's Conference Room, St. Croix, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Public Broadcasting System. Invited testifier, Ms. Tanya Mary Singh, Chief Executive Officer, VI Public Broadcasting System. Block 2, VI Lottery Commission. Invited testifier, Mr. Raymond Williams, Executive Director, VI Lottery. Block 3, Casino Control Commission, Mr. Marvin Pickering, Chairman, VI Control Commission. Madam Chair, here ends the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Carrion as present.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifiers that's here with us this morning. And of course, good morning to my colleagues. Today, we're going to hear from the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System, the VI Lottery Commission, as well as the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission, as they provide testimony in defending and requesting support from this body of their 2024 budget. Good morning, Ms. Tanya Singh, CEO of the VI Public Television System. Good morning to you and your team, and we're going to ask you to put your names and titles on the record, and we're going to start with you, Madam CEO.
Tanya Marie Singh, Chief Executive Officer.
Ralda Mason, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning. Kia Tanique Thomas, Disaster Recovery Specialist.
Nedra Thomas, Chief Financial Officer.
Marie White, Senior Financial Officer.
All right, thank you. Do you have anyone on Teams, or it's just you? Here?
Yes, we have one person on team.
Can you please, who's that person?
Christopher Benton, our Director of Engineering.
Mr. Benton, can you hear us? Could you please put your name and title on the record?
Good morning. Christopher Benton, Director of Engineering.
All right. And I do have some colleagues that came after the roll was called. I think I mentioned Senator Carrion already. We also have Senator Angel Bulques, non-committee member, who's also an honorary member of this committee. He is going to join us. He's joining us today on Teams. I don't recall if Senator James was in here. He was. Okay, good. All right, so we can proceed. We're going to ask you to please read your testimony into the record.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Pleasant good morning once again, Senator Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the Finance Committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature. I am Tanya Marie Singh, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System. I am here today to respectfully request your support of the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System's 2024 fiscal year budget in the amount of $431,902. Today in the well, I have with me Nedra Thomas, the system CFO, Marie White, Senior Financial Officer, Kia Tanique Thomas, Disaster Recovery Specialist, and Ralda Mason, our Director of Human Resources, and as I just stated, our Director of Engineering, Christopher Benton, joins us remotely. The Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System continues to be the PBS member station in the territory. We are also the NPR member station serving the Virgin Islands. PBS provides its member stations with educational programming in arts and performances, historical, cultural, and scientific areas, in children's fare, and in news and public affairs. It also provides educational resources to its member stations to support the educational development of individuals, starting at preschool level. NPR offers a broad range of high-quality news and informational programming to radio stations through programs such as Morning Edition, All Things Considered, Fresh Air, and Throughline, to name a few. In short, WTJX is part of two nationwide systems that strengthen communities and transform lives to give everyone, no matter where you live or your economic means, access to a world of ideas. In 1972, the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System began to transmit, and for 51 years next month, WTJX TV has provided non-commercial, educational, cultural, and entertainment programming, along with informative and public affairs programs to the people of the Virgin Islands. Last August, we celebrated our golden anniversary with a spectacular gala on St. Croix, bringing new and revitalized energy and attention to the station as it celebrated 50 years on television. WTJX FM has been on the air for 8 years. The organic coverage of the television and radio stations extend beyond our borders to the BVI, Vieques, Culebra, and the easternmost areas of Puerto Rico. This year, we added Ability Radio to our local programming roster. The program comes from the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands and is designed to remove the stigma surrounding disability and promote a more inclusive Virgin Islands. We've also added the BBC World Service to our radio programming lineup. The system receives oversight by an 11-member board. Presently, we have 10 board members and 1 vacancy. Senators, no one likes to sound like a broken record. However, I am happy to report that once again, our audit is unmodified and there were 0 audit findings. This has been consistent since FY 2018, and we have had unmodified audits since FY 2016. We just completed a 2-hour negotiation with the United Steelworkers on Tuesday. The negotiation was verbally ratified with the shop yesterday. We will be processing the agreement in the following weeks. Our current agreement with the steelworkers expires on September 30th of this year. We have good news regarding our recovery. The 2 major projects on St. Thomas have finally been obligated. The demolition and rebuild of our main office and studio at Haypiece Hill has been awarded a fixed cost amount of $20,313,646, and we were awarded $1,866,897 to address the extensive damages at our transmitter site at Mountaintop. And while we work towards the rebuild of our Haypiece facility, My staff and I have the very distinct honor of awaiting that day in Alton Adams Senior's former residence under the management of ICMC. We completed our move there last November. Despite the snail's pace of our recovery, the system continues to progress, collaborate, and support our home. Last month, WTJX completed a construction permit that we applied for from the Federal Communications Commission. This construction increased the power output of our television translator on St. Croix from 300 watts to 3,000 watts. As a result, the coverage and reception of WTJX TV on St. Croix has improved from 70% to over 90% for residents who depend on receiving the station with an antenna. The stronger signals penetrates buildings easier. For example, depending on where they reside, some residents would need an inside antenna as opposed to an outdoor antenna. This is a big win for viewers on St. Croix who have decided to cut the cord and want access to our 3 channels. Also this year, we had another big win for our Dish viewers. In 2019, we were able to get the Dish network to carry channel 12, but only our standard definition signal. Our signal appeared in a square box and it was not the best quality. Earlier this year, Dish approved our request to broadcast our HD signal. On February 22nd, Dish transitioned to our HD signal, giving Channel 12 viewers on Dish a sharper, clearer visual experience. In education, we collaborated with the Virgin Islands Department of Education on the VI-centric civics textbook development initiative and the VI History and Culture workbook development project. These projects target students from kindergarten through 8th grade with a systematic introduction to Virgin Islands history. Links to WTJX programming that are related to these topics will be seamlessly accessible in the department's ebooks. Dr. Larry Larson has been the force at the Department of Education on this project, and we hope to see these books in the schools for the upcoming school year. We took great pride in supporting the White House press corps with our mobile satellite uplink truck during President Biden's visit to St. Croix in January. ABC News rented the ENG truck for the press corps, and our Director of Engineering provided technical support. One of the press corps remarked that this was the best truck that they've been in. The funding for the uplink truck came from this institution in the 32nd legislature, so I want to take this time to thank the legislature for their continued support as the budget that you pass for WTJX provides maintenance, upkeep, and replacement of equipment. Since our last budget hearing in June 2022, we were on the cusp of elections, which dominated our local programming and production time. Our coverage of election programming proved once again that WTJX continues to reflect the pulse of the people. The following were the notable local programs that we aired since our 2022 budget hearing. Live primary night coverage hosted by Ernest Gilbert and Usi Richards at the Election System Office on St. Croix. Meet the Candidates with the League of Women Voters, where the League interviewed candidates for the 35th legislature and hosted a Lieutenant Governor and Gubernatorial Forum. The AARP Virgin Islands Live Gubernatorial Forum, hosted by Dr. Laverne Ragster and Susan Ellis. WTJX and Virgin Islands Consortium Live Lieutenant and Gubernatorial Debates, hosted by Ernest Gilbert. And live general election night coverage from our studio on St. Croix. We lost 2 former governors since I was here last. We broadcasted live the funeral of Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull in August, which was hosted by his former employees, James O'Brien Jr. and Joanne Barry. And in January, we aired live the funeral of Governor Roy L. Schneider, which was hosted by 2 of his former staffers, Attorney Amos Carty and Leslie Highfield. Also in January, we broadcasted live Governor Bryant's second inauguration, the swearing-in ceremony of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and Governor Bryant's fifth State of the Territory address. We also broadcasted live the Crucian Christmas Festival parades, the St. Thomas Carnival parades, and the St. John Celebration Parade. We aired season 2 of Senior Sing-Along, a program from St. John, season 3 of Recovery in Focus in partnership with ODR and VIHFA, and we continue to air conversations with AARP-VI and the Washington Report with Stacy Plaskett. In October last year, we launched a very important program that I would like your indulgence in describing. Last week, we wrapped 10 episodes of Virgin Islands Case Files, hosted by Celia Carroll, whose son was murdered 23 years ago on St. Thomas. Virgin Islands Case Files was a monthly half-hour show that explored local unsolved murder cases. The show was created to bring renewed public attention to these cases in an engaging and non-exploitative way. The following victims were featured in the episodes: Aaron and Ricky Ashby, murdered on St. Thomas in 2020. Aaron's mother and aunt, as well as Ricky's uncle, are devastated and they want answers. Shakura St. Louis, murdered in 2014 on St. Croix. Her mother is praying for justice for her beloved daughter. Kurt Lawrence, murdered in 2002 on St. Croix. His cousin, a detective on the case, wants to know what happened. Danelle Liebert, murdered in 2002 on St. Thomas. His mother has been waiting for witnesses to speak up for over 2 decades. Arsdale Ferdinand, murdered in 2021 on St. Croix. His widow needs help in identifying his masked killers who were caught on the couple's home monitoring system. Robert Bucky O'Connor III, murdered in 2003 on St. Croix. His mother misses him terribly. Rosalie Figueroa, murdered in 2013 on St. Croix. Her mother is still grieving the loss of her teenage daughter and is still struggling to come to terms with that loss. Preston Francis, murdered in 2010 on St. Thomas. His sister wants answers for her brother's mysterious murder. Lee Wayne Fraser and Victor Smith, murdered in 2009 on St. Thomas. Their family wants to know what happened that fatal Halloween night. Tintawe Christian, murdered in 2020 on St. Croix. His parents and sister want to know why this promising athlete and honor student was taken away from them at the age of 16. David Francois, murdered in 2013 on St. Croix. His 5 brothers want to know why no arrest has been made. Kiwan Naughton, murdered in 2017. His girlfriend wants to know what happened to the father of her child while deployed to St. Thomas in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma. Abijah Todman, murdered in 2007 on St. Croix. His sister wants the witnesses present at her brother's murder to come forward. Leroy Brooks, murdered in 2011 on St. Croix. His sister demands a warrant for the arrest of her brother's murderer. Sikani Bell, murdered in 2018 on St. Thomas. His mother is demanding a thorough investigation after her son was mowed down on the Weymouth-Reimer Highway by a hit-and-run driver. Robin Nancy Heitzman, murdered in 2019 on St. Croix. Nancy's son wants answers after his mother was found dead in a shallow grave. Ferdinand Marshall, murdered in 2020 on St. Thomas. His sister and cousin wants leads to the person who shot him multiple times in the doorway of his apartment. Mario Mensa Daniels, murdered in 2000 on St. Croix. His daughter wants accountability. Steve Hart, murdered in 2005 on St. Croix. His sister wants witnesses to her brother's murder during a dice game to come forward. And Katie Ann Illich, murdered in 2020 on St. Croix. Her parents want justice for cutting short a life that was full of potential. I would like to thank the families of these victims who bared their soul to us. We encourage people to view the show on demand on video.wtjx.org, not for the melee value, but with the intention of helping these families find closure for the loss of their loved ones. The number to call is 1-800-222-8477 if you have any information on these murders. On the national front, WTJX also aired special programs of value such as the following: Opportunity Knocks, a limited series which shows 6 families a different way forward by pairing them with renowned financial experts to take control of their finances by providing them and viewers with actionable advice, tools, and community resources. We aired Facing Suicide, which journeys to the front lines of medical and scientific research to meet those who are working to help people at risk. Timely and informative, the project aims to elevate and destigmatize the topic of suicide, empowering audiences and communities with prevention strategies. We broadcasted Ending HIV in America, which tells the story of an incredible scientific achievement and the public health work that still needs to be done to end HIV in America. We also aired the following noteworthy programming: Harriet Tubman, Visions of Freedom, which goes beyond the standard narrative to explore what motivated Tubman, including divine inspiration, to become one of the greatest freedom fighters in our nation's history. Becoming Frederick Douglass, which explores the inspiring story of how a man born into slavery transformed himself into one of the most prominent statesmen and influential voices for democracy in American history. Kasturba Gandhi, Accidental Activist, tells the story of Kasturba Gandhi, who lived her life in the shadows of her iconic husband, Mahatma Gandhi, the master of nonviolence, who credited her with teaching him about nonviolence. This biodoc tells that untold story and how she became one of the first women activists in modern history, impacting the growing number of women activists today. Buffalo Soldiers, Fighting on Two Fronts, explores the complex history of Black soldiers in the United States military by telling the story of how newly free Black Americans enlisted in the Army a reliable path to income and greater respect, and in the process helped to both fulfill America's manifest destiny and disrupt the lives of indigenous peoples. We also aired Fight the Power, How Hip-Hop Changed the World, a 4-part series which recounts the origins of this bold and revolutionary art form through the voices of those who were there at the beginning, creating an anthology of how hip-hop became a cultural phenomenon against the backdrop of American history. Before I close, I would like to ask everyone to register for our online auction by logging on to wtjx.org/auction. We're excited to see how this online auction goes and what we can learn from the experience as we seek to raise money for the station in a very crowded space. I would like to publicly thank my staff who continues to rise to the never-ending challenges we continue to field. Additionally, I'd like to thank everyone who continue to support our stations, our board of directors, donors, members, underwriters, and partners who give so generously of their time, energy, and contributions. It is through their support, along with that of the administration, and especially this legislature, that our viewers and listeners allow us the honor of being welcomed into their homes, right along in their vehicles, and the privilege of being on their smart devices. Senators, I appreciate your time. My team and I look forward to addressing your questions and concerns.
Thank you, CEO Singh, for your compelling testimony and opening some rooms for myself, because I would like the name of Elon Fret to be added to your list. I'm not certain that his mom or his sister is aware of this program, but he also was shot and killed in 2020. And he left behind his one son, who was 2 years old at the time. So, and I'm certain that we have more, and there's more, and we have to figure out.
Too many.
Yes, we have to figure out when it's going to end. And I believe that collectively, if we talked about it yesterday with our Department of Health, and the day before with our Human Services, and we're going to have the conversation. We've had it in another committee meeting with the Office of Gun Violence. We have to figure out how to align what we're doing so we could stop this complete madness that we have in this small territory. It's just unfortunate. Just yesterday, there were shootings in the Island District of St. Thomas. So we have to stay on our knees these days, huh? But thank you for your testimony. And of course, my first question is, what's the status? You did mention it, but you didn't give us the status of the satellite. I know that the satellite uplink for the St. Croix district has long been done, and then we appropriated some funds, and we had some challenges with it falling off, but it's since been appropriated, $100,000. So I need to get the status of the satellite uplink for the St. Thomas St. John district.
It's become a legal matter with the vendor, and I would like to discuss that with you after, if you don't mind.
No problem. So it's still not procured, basically?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. And then I have another question. I note that your 2024, 2022, 2023, 2024 budget, $4,431,902.
Mm-hmm. Is that, I think, not
and before you
exactly.
speak, when you speak the first time, put your name on the record for the sake of the reporter, okay? So for 2022, your budget that's in front of us was $4,432,000, but my primary concern is 23-24. So 23 was also $4,431,902. 24, same thing. I need to understand what conversations are being had with your office and the Office of Management and Budget when building the budgets for the central government or for the government of the Virgin Islands, because we see that the central government departments and agencies are asking, the ask is additional funding, but when we see these semi-autonomous, autonomous type agencies that come before us, they ain't giving eye nothing. The recommendation is for you to remain stagnant in your budget. So I need to understand if this is your ask or this is the ceiling that you were provided.
So I'll turn it over to the CFO. I think last year's numbers that you have are incorrect.
Correct.
Okay, what are your last year numbers?
Nedra Thomas, Chief Financial Officer. In fiscal year 2023, the budget was $4,401,902. So we got a 30,000 increase on fiscal year 24.
Okay, so that's what I'm reading from our post-audit report. So,
Yes.
Mr. Post-Editor, we need to make these corrections in these reports.
And fiscal year 2022 was $4,315,590. So it has increased over the past years.
All right, so that's good information. So basically, they set you a ceiling and you build your budget around the ceiling?
Correct.
Okay, so are you satisfied with the $4,431,902?
For this fiscal year,
Pre-operating?
yes.
Okay, very well. Colleagues, for WTJX, this is a pretty straightforward agency. So we're going to go to a 3-minute round. I'm hearing Mr. President over there, Mr. Vice Chair, actually, of this committee, We're going to do a 3-minute round, and we're going to start with Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, listening, viewing audience, and good morning to Central staff, and of course, good morning to the Public Broadcasting System. Executive Director Singh.
Good morning,
Good morning,
sir.
how are you?
Good morning, I'm well. And you?
Good, good, good.
And you?
I'd like to start off by asking about your, well, basically our economic situation here in the Virgin Islands and how challenging it can be to fundraise at times. What measures are you taking to explore alternative sources of funding or revenue generation to reduce your dependency on government reliance? Are you looking into federal grants outside of your fundraising efforts?
We're bringing back our Taste of Two Islands fundraiser this year. We are exploring this auction that we're currently doing, seeing how that shakes out. With federal grants, you have to follow what the grant needs, and we're not there yet in identifying grants that would fit into what we do at the station.
Very well. Hopefully you can look at that moving forward, just to sort of augment what you're doing already. Also, given with the significant expenses involved in your rebuilding projects of the main office and the studio, and I believe the transmitter site, are there any efforts to secure additional funding from external sources or partnerships to mitigate the burden on the public budget to do that?
Well, those are FEMA projects,
Okay, they're fully 100% funded by FEMA then.
of course, and then the 10% through VIH.
Okay, very well. Very well. Okay. Concerning, I heard in your testimony you spoke about the VI-centric civics textbook development initiative and the VI history and culture workbook development project. What's the status on that? Are there any cost-efficient ways to measure the impact of what you're doing there? Because I believe you may have the digital side of it going, but I know that the Department of Education has not fully implemented the actual workbooks. What's the status of that collaboration?
Well, in speaking to Dr. Larson the other day, I think they were in the process of finding a vendor for the ebook, one of the ebooks at least. I don't want to speak for the department.
Okay, but on your side, the electronic.
We've provided them all the video content.
Okay, and what grades does that affect?
I think it's K through 8.
K through 8. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing a copy of that as well. Concerning funding and revenue sources, besides your budget request, are there any other additional sources of funding that you're looking at to augment your operations?
Yes,
How do you plan to diversify
money from,
revenue streams to ensure financial
I'm
stability?
so sorry, I interrupted you and I didn't hear what you said.
Go ahead.
Can you
I
say
was
it
saying
again?
Sorry. I was asking, what other sources of funding are you looking at to diversify your financial sustainability?
So we receive money from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and we do fundraising, and we get donations, we solicit donations, we have pledge drives on television and radio, and we have membership.
Okay, very well. I believe I heard my time called. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I apologize. If not, can you provide details on specific benefits or returns expected from the online action initiative and how it's impacting your overall return of interest?
Well, our goal for the online auction is just 10,000. It ends on July 31st. So this is just us testing the water to see what we can learn from it. And if it's very successful, then we'll know
30
what our
seconds.
mistakes are and what works and how we can move forward with it.
How many other previous actions have you held so far?
I believe we held one before my time.
Okay, so this is relatively new again, just to test the water and see what fruits can become available.
And specifically online.
Time.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for the answers, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. So let's just go back to the line item for FY 2023. So basically what the GVI did in the budget submission is they rolled up that $30,000 that we set aside for the United Jazz Foundation project for this year. You have to speak into the mic.
It looks that way. I can't be certain.
Well, that's what it is.
Yes.
So your budget last for 23 is $4,401,902, and the WTJX Jazz Foundation project, which was a pass-through project, those funds are not associated with your operating budget. All right, very well. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, CEO Singh, and your
Good
supporting
morning.
staff there. And thank you so much for your testimony. As Madam Chair said, it's a straightforward budget, but I have some question quickly in respect to the post-audit report. I see you have outstanding obligations of some $46,000. What's the plan to bring those accounts current?
I can defer to Ms. White or Ms. Thomas, but I think we've brought that down to 3,000 and change. Ms. White, you want to
Very well.
address that?
Marie White, Senior Financial Officer. Senator, we pay in 30 days or less. So as of June 30th, our accounts payable was $3,365 and change.
Okay, very well. Happy to hear that. And in respect to your bank accounts, I see you have 6 bank accounts. How often do you reconcile, and when was the last time you reconciled those accounts?
Our bank accounts are reconciled monthly.
Excuse me?
Monthly.
Or monthly? Okay, thank you for that. Now, let's go to your contract listing. You have a listing of 252,000 approximately. All of your contracts are up to date and current?
Senator, the majority of the contracts are up to date, yes.
Those that are not, what's the status of those?
We are awaiting new contracts so we could get those reviewed and signed.
Okay, let's go to your
1 minute.
on page 4 of 21. Let me ask you in respect to your supplies for 2021, October 1st, 22 to March 31st, 23. Supplies, you have $215,000. Your actual for 22 was $202,000, but your projection
30
for 24
seconds.
is only $60,000. What's going on in that space? Why?
We are operating in our ceiling, so that's what we are projecting for the VIG fund for that year, for fiscal year 2024. But we did have a few items that we purchased in fiscal year 2022 and 2023 that we would not be purchasing in the future.
Okay, that explains
Time.
it. Thank you. And in closing, Madam Chair, let me go to training, because training is critical and important. And I see that for projection for 2024 is 25,000, but that's down from 33. Can you speak to that? And do you have ongoing training for your staff?
Say that again.
I
Repeat,
see
please.
your training for 2024 projection is 25,000, but that's down from 33,000. I'm asking number one, do you have ongoing training for yourself, and why do we have a decrease in training for your
So
team?
we will supplement the training with our CPB monies.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. How many vacancies do you have?
I'll have
Currently.
the Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Ralda Mason, Director of Human Resources. We currently have 4 vacancies.
So we're showing 5, 3, and we're showing 7. So how many positions you filled, or which of those positions you filled since the budget submission? And I could call them out for you if you need.
Oh, no, I have them.
Okay.
The 7 positions that were listed in the post-audit report, we filled 5 of those 7. There were 2 remaining, and then we gathered another 2 last month.
So you basically have 4, you said?
Yes.
4 vacancies. So tell me what your strategies are that you're using to fill these positions, because our government, central government agencies seem to be struggling. So what are your strategies?
We post in various venues, and then we go through the same selection process of interview. We do panel interviews and, second round interviews, and go through a selection process. We are looking for very specific talent in some of those, for some of those vacancies. So I think that's also helpful in being able to identify the right candidate.
So do you post off island? You post in like Indeed and?
We post
Those
on
types of-
Indeed, we post at Department of Labor Views. We also post on our website. There are other external opportunities for us to post in, such as the Public Media Business Association, as well as Current. Those are things that are specific to public media.
Okay, well, thank you for your response. I hope that they're listening. Senator, point of information, Senator Blayden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to your 4 vacancies, at this point, what level are they funding at? What the funding level?
100.
Funding,
Level, 100%, 50%?
they're funded at the full salaries.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So their budget is basically a lump sum, so they have to figure out how to maneuver their funds as they receive them from the government. So that brings me to this question. How does do you receive your allotment from OMB?
Monthly,
So you receive a monthly allotment.
yes.
Do you experience challenges with that? And I ask that question because I note that in the post-audit reports for most, if not all, of the departments and agencies, they have these outstanding obligations. So does that prevent you from processing your invoices in a timely fashion?
No, OMB and Finance are very efficient. We get our money timely.
Okay, good. All right. All right, so then the agencies need to kind of ramp up. Okay, because I know there was a time when once the revenues were flowing in the government, you would get your funds quarterly.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then like closer to the end of the fiscal year, then, the government would do the dance to make sure that the resources were available like the last quarter. All right, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the fine folks from WTJX, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning.
Government employees, your check's coming. Whole strain is a little bit late, but it's on its way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CEO Tanya Marie Singh, and I also want to encourage individuals to support the action. There's some very good catches on the action, if I may say so myself.
There's a bidding war going on for your dinner with you.
Oh, wow. What are we up to now? So thank you very much for the VI-Centrics broadcast, and that's kind of aligned with legislation that I created to have VI-Centrics start in our school as well. And we're making progress in being able to have that curriculum established, hopefully with the start of the new school year. I also wanted to ask you, I didn't hear you mention anything about Analyze This today. Again, I'm a proud participant a lot of time with my former Senate colleague, Senator Neville James, and those intellectual conversations, as well as your many activities with Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights and our festivities. We appreciate what WTJX do in that area. Do you get any revenues? Do you collect any funds for the purpose of any sales or anything that you offer? Any revenues come into you besides the funding that you receive? Do you collect any revenues?
When you say sales, do you mean like, for instance, when the press corps rented our mobile truck?
Right.
Yes, we rent.
Can you account for the revenues that you receive for this fiscal year, 23?
Ask Ms. Thomas.
For production, fiscal year 2023, as of June 30th, we collected $80,000.
$80,000, that's pretty good. And in terms of per diem, what are you paying out for per diem for, of course, the board members and others?
The board members do not get per diem.
They don't get any per diem?
By law.
By law, very well, good show. And of course, the Virgin Islands case files is something that's excellent as well, and I appreciate that, and I'm hoping that it continues. I think that it continues to highlight those cold cases and perhaps could bring some information in regards to that. Do you have any, I know that we were talking sometime about doing a build out at your Richmond facility. What is the status of that?
It's nowhere yet. We need funding for it, and I'm trying to get creative with that.
Can the 80,000 go towards that, some of that?
Perhaps.
Very well. Let us know if you fall short, and we'll see how we could support and assist that. Do you have any litigation, any judgments against WTJX?
No.
No. What's the new initiative? I know every time you come before us, I'm anticipating the new initiative to be rolled out in FY24, and either for us to support or for us to be on the lookout for.
Well, I'm excited about a program, about two things. We had a goal last year to do radio news, but we didn't meet our goal, but we expect to do that this fall. So I'm excited about that. And I'm also excited about a public affairs, politically leaning show called Comes with the Territory that we're hoping to start this fall as well.
Okay. And anything in terms of informing and educating the public and government agencies? I think a lot of times we find that individuals are not aware of which government agencies are responsible for what. Is that something in your purview that you'll be interested in looking at?
No.
You leave that to us to do, right? Very well. Thank you very much. Again, I'm always in full support of WTJX, and we're proud of the work that's being done there, and strongly encourage you to continue. Support the action. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senate President.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So what I'm going to ask of the Madam COO, or CEO of the WTJX is, when does the auction end?
The 31st of this month.
So what you have to do is text me and let me know what is the 31st at what time? 11:59?
I have to check.
What time?
5 p.m.? Okay,
5 p.m.
thank
So
you.
at 4:59, I'm going to hit my last bid so I can do that dinner. How about that?
Okay. And dinner is paid for by us.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, CEO. In regards to revenue collection, apart from production and the grants that you receive, are there any other sources of revenues that you collect or receive?
You want to answer that, Ms. Thomas?
And if yes, what's that amount for FY23?
Yes.
Say- Okay.
We have a department for fundraising and development. As of June 30th, 2023, we have raised $160,000. That's a combination of things, for example, subscription or membership, underwriting, donations or contributions, and fundraising.
All right, thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Capehart, did I acknowledge your presence? Yes, again, non-committee member, Senator Diane Capehart, thank you for being here with us. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, blessings and pleasant good morning to all the listening audience. You know, we over here on St. Croix, the Big Island. Loving it, you know. I think it was a little cool last night. I went in the room, it was like 68 degrees. Say, wow, you know, I want to make sure I ain't cruise. But anyhow, I turned it off and I went to sleep. WTJX, you know, actually, right, I got to congratulate this agency, and I got to give special big up to Kaiser Calwood, the chairperson of the board. This is an example of an agency where the board is functioning. So, Kaiser Calwood, big up, brother. You know, there's an app that you can download on the phone. My screen broke up. I ain't want to put it on TV, but there's an app that you could download, right? And the director, if we'll ask on the chairperson's time, you can explain, because the bidding and the auction and all of that, and you can actually donate from your credit card and PayPal. So I wanted to ask Ms. Thomas, the disaster recovery specialist. Can you say your name again? I've never heard that name before.
Kiatinik.
Kiatinik, yes. Okay, so you're the disaster recovery specialist. So with meteorology, is there ever a time you think that you can use a meteorologist, or do you actually use a meteorologist during hurricanes? Explain to me how you to coordinate that.
At this time, we do not use a meteorologist at all. My position is more after the disaster. We do have some funding that we get for mitigation to prevent disasters, but at this time, there's no meteorology
Okay, so
included
do
in
you
that.
coordinate with VITEMA?
Yes, we coordinate with VITEMA and FEMA.
Okay, good.
Senator, if I may, we do pay for a weather service
1
to
minute.
provide Virgin Islanders with updates on the weather.
Okay. You know, this department actually pays a living wage. You know, the lowest paid person makes $38,000. IRB, you on notice. The lowest paid person in this department is more than your average annual salary, and IRB collecting $915 million. So this is a very good run insurance. I mean,
30 seconds.
WTJX. How is your employee benefits, insurance, and retirement? Discuss for me, Director.
It is the same as the central government's.
Okay, so you are current with GERS and you have Cigna insurance?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, good. Let's go quickly to your transmitter. I know you're up there on Peace Hill. Peace Hill is down there. If you want to look at the WAPA plant, the propane plant that went from 87. Madam Chair, can I finish up? Yeah, the propane plant that went from 87 to 200, 300 some million dollars. Your Peace Hill, that's your view. You look over there. You have 20 million. What's the plans and what's the completion date? And you may, and the chairperson's time.
We're finishing up with the architects, so I can get that information to you separately.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So while we're talking about Peace Hill, I know that you've been at this for quite some time, and you've been displaced since 2018 of September. So it's been a long time. And I note specifically that you indicated that you have received your obligation of
Yes.
20 million
Yes.
for this project. So tell us, when do you anticipate? I know that there's a lot of work to be done there. So when do you anticipate the project starting? Have you done any of the architectural and any of the A&E work? Tell me where we
We're
are.
finalizing the A&E work now, and I can have Kia, Ms. Thomas, give you more information.
Good morning. So we have 60% designs so far with our A&E. We, went back to finalize some things. We are also going through the process with DPNR to have our federal consistency meeting so that we can start the demolition with Haypiece. So that's the two areas that we are right now. So we expect to be finished with the designs this year and to hopefully start the demolition as well.
Okay, so tell us, do you have a project timeline? I mean, I know that from time to time you have to move the goalposts on your projects, but now that you have the obligation, do you have a timeline? So
Not yet, Senator, but I anticipate we'll have that in place by the end of summer.
okay, and then with the antenna, I forget the location. It is in St. Thomas.
Mountaintop?
Mountaintop. I know that there were some challenges. There's some collaboration you were trying to do with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. What's the status of that?
So actually, the undergrounding is for Haypiece.
So the underground is for hairpiece.
Yes.
Okay.
And they finally agreed in writing to do that underground project.
Okay, awesome. Okay,
Yes.
so that's good. So good pushing, and I always know that the squeaky wheel gets the oil.
I know that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. So we pushed hard, and because there was just a lot of back and forth with it. So I'm glad to hear that now. Okay, all right, very well. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I see where you have your contract listing, and as I watch your contract listing, I watch the outstanding vendors. So, just curious, what are you doing to get up to par with your outstanding vendors? The money is there, right?
Ms. Thomas?
I'll defer to
Ms. White?
Yes, as of June 30th, Senator, our accounts payable is down to $3,365.97.
Awesome. Great news. And as far as the app, I remember during COVID when you came before us, you spoke about the app. How is that coming along? And as far as the maintenance and the cost for that, is that factored in the budget?
Yes.
Where and what's the cost of that?
I think it's about 16,000 per year annually, if I'm not mistaken. It's not very expensive.
And that's
Not 16,000, yeah.
And that's outsourced or that's locally?
Outsourced.
Locally?
Outsourced,
Okay.
not
Oh, wait.
locally. It's actually from a company who does apps for public media companies.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hoping and praying that you're satisfied with it. As far as the marketing and advertising, which I asked in the last budget hearing, how is that coming along to bring awareness to the app and all the things that you're doing at WTJX?
Now that we're outside, we're actually going to different venues like Mango Mele, and we're in front of supermarkets, and we're actually going out into the public and giving them a giveaway while we visibly watch them download the app.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And with the Federal Communication Commission, I saw where you have a grant for Mountaintop location, and I saw where you have here how much was expended as of March 31st, 2023.
1 minute.
But as of today, what is that number looking like as far as your expenditures?
I'll have Ms. Thomas.
So that was a special grant and it was reimbursable. It took a number of years. It's now ended and we've collected $3.9 million overall. And that was for the towers at Mountaintop.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record.
30 seconds.
And as far as membership dues, subscription, I'm assuming if somebody could just elaborate and expound here as far as because I see where you have FY 2024, you have a projection of 38,000, and prior to FY 2022, you had 87 for your actuals, and year to date from October 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, you have 41,000. Do you have that up-to-date number as far as year to date?
We would subsidize that number for fiscal year 2024 with our grant.
Okay, so you saw a decrease there.
A decrease.
Because from October 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, you have 13,000.
Can you tell me the page you're reading from, please?
Okay, that's the post-audit report, page 5 of 12. For membership, dues, and subscription.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, stand corrected. It's not 13. I was getting mixed up with the training. So year to date is 41,141.
Yes.
Well, prior to, which was FY 2022 actuals, you had 87,000. And then for this year, projection, you have 38,000. So I just want to know, do you have the new numbers for the year to date for 2023?
Yes. Give me 1 sec.
And while you look at that, I was just kindly asking, what are you doing to increase your membership, your dues, and your subscription to make sure more individuals come online? And that would be my last question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Stepping up our pleas on the air on both our radio and television stations. And when we go out into the public, we ask people to sign up for membership as well.
Just let me know when you find the information. Just give me a signal, and I will make sure that the information is provided on the record. So let's talk about your
Sorry.
You have it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As of June 30th, it's 53,000.
What is 53,000?
Membership.
Membership. Okay, good. That satisfied your question, Senator? Okay. All right. So, you have a director of development and fundraising. Who's that person?
Her name is Melia Cook.
And of course, I know you have this big fundraising effort that you are right in the middle of right now. But tell us, what has your fundraising efforts yield you in FY23, and what do you anticipate for FY20? No. What did it yield you in FY22, if you have that information? And what do you anticipate it yielding you in FY23? And what do you anticipate in FY24?
Ms. Thomas.
In fiscal year 2022, that area have yielded 344,000.
Say that again.
344,000. And in fiscal year 2022, as of June 30th, it's 160,000.
FY23?
Yes.
So you yielded 160, but what do you anticipate? What is your projection?
Barring the auction, I would say another 40,000.
So then you're down.
Yes.
I want to qualify that by saying in the previous fiscal year, we had the gala, and that's what accounted for that uptick.
Okay, so give or take annually, your fundraising yields you about 200,000, give or take. Outside of that particular year, that was an anomaly.
Yes, and we anticipate in fiscal year 24 it would be a little bit higher because we plan to bring back Taste of Two Islands, and that was one of our bigger fundraisers.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, Senator. Senator Blayden, you're recognized for your point of inquiry, point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Director Singh, in respect to programming and production, under all other charges on page 5 of the post-auditor's report, right? I know you spoke to several programs you want to bring online, and you have your radio show, etc. But your actual in 2022, right, for that category was $75,000. And year to date for this fiscal budget is 47,138. But for 2024 projection, you have $20,000. Why is that?
I'm going to
What the
have
reason for that,
Ms.
please?
Thomas respond.
We're going to subsidize that with fundraising activities, underwriting, to be specific.
And you believe you're going to have the appropriate amount of funding come in to subsidize that?
We believe so, yes.
That's great for that type of confidence. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Capehart, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Ms.
Good morning,
Singh
Senator
and your
Capehart.
team. You know, this agency just brings so much memories from a child to now, and seeing all the different good things that you've been doing. I have to say that gala was off the chain. Gave me the opportunity to wear a dress I haven't worn in years, you know, but it was great. I just want to say kudos on that.
Thank you.
I want to even mention your audit report. You have 0 audit findings?
Correct.
That is awesome. You have no changes since 2016, you said? Well, I think you have unmodified changes.
In 2016, our audit was unmodified, but we did have findings. But since 2018, we have been unmodified with 0 findings.
You're doing a good job then.
Thank you.
Great. I wanted to ask, what is your procurement process for WTJX, issuing bids, contracts, selecting vendors? What is your process? Do you follow a property and procurement process? Tell me.
I'll have Ms. Thomas respond.
We have a procurement policy. Anything over $3,000, you need at least 2 quotes. Anything over $25,000, you need 3. We also need to have approval from our finance committee as well for anything over
Our
25.
board's finance committee.
Okay, so your board is like your checks and balances.
Correct.
Okay, so you mentioned presently you have an 11 board member, 1 vacancy. How often are your elections?
Yearly.
Yearly? So when do you plan to fill that 1 vacancy?
That one is due to be filled by the government. That's a governor appointment.
So the governor makes the recommendation for individuals to serve on that board.
The governor appoints, and you guys in the legislature.
Okay, so I'll be looking
approves.
forward to having that in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Also, in I lost the page on, I think it was a post-audit report or yours. The production and programming requests decreased
1 minute.
to just 20,000. Why is that?
Ms. Thomas?
Yes, we plan to subsidize that with underwriting funds.
I'm sorry?
The difference, we plan to subsidize that 20,000 with whatever we need through underwriting funds.
Okay. Based on my memory, you have you ask individuals to be members of WTJX. How's that drive going?
30 seconds.
It could be better.
You haven't had a special drive asking individuals in the community?
We do. We have pledge drives on television and on radio. We haven't had one on radio for a minute, but we've been having regular pledge drives on television.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. CEO, I saw that your electricity for FY22 had been about close to $60,000. so far in fiscal year, well, this fiscal year is averaging a little bit over $30,000. Any possibility of considering energy renewables or solar power? Or what is your consideration to assist in perhaps lowering that cost?
Definitely, and we're going to explore that, especially on St. Thomas when we rebuild those two facilities, and then we're going to look into St. Croix.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. How much are you currently paying in rent?
Ms. Thomas?
So we have two storage facilities. We're paying $7,680 for one and $9,900 for the other. At our ICMC building, our new location, it's $255,000 annually.
And I want to add that the storage facility and the rent at ICMC are FEMA projects.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, if these are being reimbursed by FEMA,
Yes.
correct? Okay, good. So this is no cost to the territory. But then the follow-up question to that is, how long will they continue to pay for these rents? Is it until the project is completed? Now that you've seen the obligation, what is that going to look like?
I'll have Ms. Thomas to the left of me respond.
Right. So as of right now, the project runs through the end of 2025, the temporary rent, but FEMA has given us every indication that the project should run until we are back in our new facility.
Okay, so they are committed to paying the rent up to 2025. However, if the project is not completed, they will extend it.
That is our understanding.
Yeah, so the project is covered until the lease is up.
Okay, all right, very well. When you say the lease is up?
Until the lease that we signed is up.
Okay, so your
So
lease
we need
takes you to,
extend the lease,
your lease takes you to what?
2025, December.
So do you have you said that your project is now obligated, so you're going to see some work by the end of this year. So it shouldn't take you 2 years to build a building unless we have supply type issues. Okay. And do you have to go through I guess that's a yes, but let me just ask so you could place it on the record. So in building out your project, do you have to go through the Department of Property and Procurement and all of those other provider type agencies in order for you to move your project along?
We don't have to go through property and procurement to procure a contractor, but we do have to go through other governmental agencies to acquire certain permits.
Okay, yes.
Like DPNR.
So let's talk about that. So you have to go through DPNR. And have you submitted your permitting application to DPNR?
Right, so right now we're awaiting a DPNR to give us a date for our federal consistency meeting for Hay Peace and both mountaintop projects.
And when was that submission?
That was very recent, less than a month ago.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to definitely stay on top of it because there's a lot of projects and DPNR could get very slow with moving those permitting along. So the success of your project moving forward is heavily dependent on the ability to get the permit from DPNR.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, so let me ask, regards to your vacant positions, you said they are all funded at 100%.
Correct.
For FY22, how many vacancies you had?
I'll have our HR director respond. And by the way, while she's looking, our HR director just came on board in March.
Okay. And then while she looks for that, if your CFO can provide, I would like some actuals in each category for FY23, because what we have in the post-audit report is as of March, and you have the actuals as of June. So if you could look for that.
The actuals, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, the actuals as of June for FY23 for the categories of personnel, categories of supply, and other services. And the reason for that, because I'm seeing that in some areas, you're decreasing in your projection based on you will be covering that, you said, with underwriting, fundraising, and other areas. But then I see increases in some other areas. So your total amount remains the same, what you're asking for, but I see some decreases in some of the categories. So I want to know your actuals. Vacancies?
So vacancies, Ralda Mason, Director of Human Resources. Vacancies for fiscal year 22, I do not have, but for fiscal year 23, we've had 7 separations, and the vacancies that were listed in the post-audit report were also 7.
Oh, 7 and 7. Okay, and I'll fund it at 100%. Actuals for personnel for FY23.
Senator, personnel was 1.5 million.
That's as of June, right?
Yes, and that's just personnel. Fringe is 678,000.
Fringe is what? I'm sorry, speak to the mic.
678,000.
1 minute.
And supplies and other services?
Supplies is supplies and other services. You're referring to supplies would be office supplies were
The total for supplies.
30 seconds.
it would be 125,000 and 158,000 for the 2 categories. The total would be about 183.
183. Good.
Estimate.
CEO, have you had any new positions? I'm trying to figure out why personnel has increased from 2022 to your projections in 2024.
Time.
In 2022, we would have had some vacancies, and that would account for the lower comparison compared to 2024. In 2024, we are projecting all vacancies are
Being
filled.
filled.
Yes, we have the full complements of our staff in fiscal year 2024.
Very well. My time has been called. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I don't believe that you submitted your, perhaps I don't know if post-audit received it. Did you provide the committee with your bank accounts balances, your bank balances?
We did.
Okay, can you provide us with an updated bank balance? You could send it back to the committee. Also, you talked about the project in Richmond, about that build-out that you...
That we're hoping to do.
Yeah.
Senator Francis asked about it. We haven't made any headway on that as
Okay,
yet.
so I note that so your obligation is a hard obligation with FEMA regarding the hairpiece project, correct?
Yes.
So is it what, I can't remember the name of it, but the disaster recovery, your disaster lead would be able to help me out. So 20 million, if your project comes in at 16 million, can you utilize those funds for other projects? I forgot what you call it.
Right, the fixed cost offer, no.
Give it to me again.
A fixed cost offer.
Fixed cost?
Right, so if it comes in under, we can use it for improvements on that project. We wouldn't be able to transfer it, for example, to the Richmond facility.
No?
No.
Okay, so it's not a 428 project.
Yeah, it is a 428.
Then you can.
So
If it's a 428,
I don't think we could transfer it across islands to.
if it's a 428, you should be able to do that. Yes.
Across islands?
If it's a 428, it's within your entity. So I just look into it because
We look at it.
yeah,
Look
you
into
want to
it,
make
but
sure that you're able to do as much as you can.
Yeah.
So just give that
We
consideration.
don't anticipate that we'll come in under though, because we're building the building a little bigger.
Oh, so you're going hard or you're going home, huh?
Yeah, we want our Haypiece facility in St. Thomas to be a spectacular one.
Okay, well, I know that I did get an opportunity to tour what you're trying to do here on St. Croix, and I think it's an excellent idea. It's also a real major cost-saving idea as well.
Yes.
So, you know, we will scrub the. We're going to need to get something a little more from you so we can figure out, you know, how we could at least provide some assistance. But I was, you know, just trying to give you an idea that if you see
And we
an
could do it in
opportunity,
phases.
yeah, if you see an opportunity within your fixed cost project, that you know you should jump at it. But if it's just heavily dependent on what that comes in at. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Senators, we have exhausted our. So I asked you for the bank account information. Could you tell us? Okay, no, you gave me that already. The bank account, the fixed cost project. I think we've covered everything. Do you anticipate engaging in any new contracts for FY24?
Yes, I do. Tower maintenance is a contract that we have before us.
Okay, and that contract is it an additional cost to you or it's within your current costs?
We collect rent on the towers, so we anticipate that that money would come out of that rent.
Okay, good thing. And then what about vehicles?
We anticipate replacing one per island.
Okay, so you anticipate purchasing at least two new vehicles in 2024. All right. And you don't anticipate engaging in no new rental that's outside of what FEMA is currently covering?
No.
All right. What about new employees, new positions in FY24?
No new positions.
All right. I think I have covered all that I needed to cover. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Of the tower. Yeah, with regards to the rent you collect, that's another revenue stream that comes in. What amount is that?
Ms. Thomas?
In fiscal year 2022, we collected 61,000. Billed for 61,000 in fiscal year to date, June 30th. 19,000.
19?
Sorry, 47,000.
47. Any other revenue that comes into apart from grants and fundraising to WTJX?
No.
Okay.
All right. So you anticipate seeing another 61,000, give or take?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other? Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the post-audit report, under expenditure report, insurance, in year-to-date, October 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, last item, you have 531 appropriation for insurance. What is that attributed to? Because I do not see the cost for the next years.
So that particular cost was tied to an event that we had outside our facilities. And we do have insurance. It's funded through our grant, our Corporation for Public Broadcasting grant. Annually, it's about $120,000.
So this insurance is for protection of
General liability,
Okay.
yes, accidental fall, etc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. So, of course, before the storms, you were under the government's overall umbrella. I think that's a lesson learned for you, right?
Right.
It's one of the things we encourage the agencies like yours is to really get your own insurance as much as you can. And now that what is FEMA requiring you to have once you have the bill out? Because if there's another disaster, they're not going to be so inclined to entertain us. So, and we haven't seen where the GVI has increased their insurance coverage. So that's something not to think about for this cycle, but as you complete your building, that's something that all of us have to consider as we do as we consider our budgets in the future as it relates to particularly those semi-autonomous entities, and particularly those entities that have new build, like yours. Okay? All right, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You spoke to replacing a vehicle in each district. I know in Clinton Thomas St. John district, you have a 2010 Chevy Silverado, which is in poor condition, which I'm sure you might be replacing that one. But
That is the one.
In St. Croix, you have 4 vehicles all under the year of 2010, and you have a van that you have spent $3,237 in maintenance, but there's nothing for gas. I don't know if it's down.
Which
not
one
working.
is that?
The F650 van, the 2003.
That's the old mobile production unit.
Okay.
It still works, but we really don't move it except to make sure that it works.
Very well. Thank you.
Don't worry, Senator Blyden, I'm going to help you out. So you don't move it just other than to make sure it works. So is it a unit that you currently use?
We don't use it. We actually are thinking about how we're going to repurpose it.
So you're going to repurpose it. That's the thought process. Okay, well, we're going to allow you to close as usual. You always come prepared, and it is very evident that the work that you're doing at WTJX, you take your work very seriously. You seem to have a good team. And the one thing that I'm going to say is, I think Senator Capehart alluded to it earlier. So you have unqualified audits. And, you know, I really wish that our central government will make unqualified audits a priority. I just don't find that unqualified audits is a priority. We really need to look into our operations and just do a lot better. So if they could take a page out of your book, I mean, you're a small entity, small organization, but when you have federal funds and you are under a public broadcasting system, federal, correct?
Yeah, we get money from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting,
Right.
and we can't just give them any old thing.
Correct. So
in terms of the audit.
So I know that while you may be small, you still have a lot of requirements to
Yes.
fill. So, you know, they need to take a page out of your book, because I just don't believe that we are taking the fact that our audits are qualified, which means that it makes it very difficult for us to go to market, to go to the bond market, and then what happens is they come to this institution and expect us to do cartwheels because they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So I've experienced that while serving here as senator, and I really think that a concerted effort needs to be given, a clear strategy as to how we're going to get out of this situation with these qualified audits. We've been at this too long. As long as I have worked in government, it's been the same conversation over and over. So something we're just not doing something right. All right, colleagues, I want to thank you again, and we're going to give you I know you could talk a lot, so I'll give you a 30-second clues. 30 seconds, Madam CEO.
Thank you to the body, and I'm just gonna encourage everyone to check out our audit, WTJX.org/audit and auction. Hear me, audit. I'm thinking about you, Senator. WTJX.org/audit and auction. Okay,
Start
let's
over.
take 3. WTJX.org/auction and download our app. That's it.
All right, and if you really wanted to make more money, there's some beautiful women in this room who are senators.
Senator,
So
it's males that bid in on Senator Francis,
Oh, my boy. Oh, no, no, no. So I definitely. So we go ask the reporter to hold. Yes. That's okay. So this is why. Don't worry. Don't worry, Senator Francis. I got your back. 4:49. We coming through. Thank you again for your hard work, and I see our able lottery director. I see our able lottery director in the audience, so we're ready. Today's going to be a good day. We've had a tough week. We've had a tough week thus far, so having agencies like yours really helps us to get endorphins moving. So we're happy about that. So the committee stands in recess
Thank you,
for
Senator.
15 minutes.
We appreciate you.
we can get you in and out of here. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. I'm seeing some very familiar faces. I just missed that face. All right. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, VI Lottery Commission, invited testifier, Mr. Raymond Williams, Executive Director, VI Lottery. That ends the reading.
All right, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. This afternoon, or is it afternoon yet? We're doing well today. We're still in the morning, huh? So this morning, we have the Lottery Commission before us with the Executive Director, Mr. Raymond Grove Williams. Good morning to you and your team.
Morning.
We're going to ask you to please put your names and your titles on the record, and we're going to start with Mr. Williams. You may proceed.
Good morning, Raymond Jerome Williams, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Lottery.
Wayne Anthony Benjamin, Deputy Executive Director.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Senators. Jakima D. Richards, Division Director of Security and Investigations.
Good morning, Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Verita Corinne Wanda Carmichael, Human Resources Director.
All right. And do you have anyone? Okay.
Good morning, Enoch Noel, Director of Information Technology.
Okay. Thank you. And do you?
No, we're good. We're good.
So we're going to ask you to proceed with your testimony, but before you do that, I see that you have Ms. Jakima D. Richards here with us, and I want to congratulate you first for recognizing the importance of giving young Virgin Islanders an opportunity, and I'm certain that she will do well. So congratulations.
Thank you, Senator.
And of course, we're going to congratulate you now, but if we want to see you do well. So next time, we want to see no blows a share. We want to make sure that you just stay on top of things. We really appreciate that you heard the legislature and some of the concerns that you had within your security division, and you have made the right changes. So the work that we do, colleagues, sometimes is a little tough, but our interest is really to ensure that our departments and agencies are moving in the right direction, and we are elected to exert our oversight responsibility. So thank you, Mr. Williams. You may proceed with your testimony.
All right, thank you very much. It's actually good morning. So good morning to the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Finance, and Appropriations, other members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. Today with me, I'd like to say good morning to my lottery family, our awesome dealers, members of the VI Lottery Commission, and to our loyal customers. I am Raymond Jerome Williams, and I appear before you today in the capacity of Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Lottery. In attendance today with me to present our fiscal year 2024 budget for review are Mr. Dwayne Benjamin, Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Charlene Proctor, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Verita Carmichael, our Human Resources Director, Mr. Enoch Noel, the Director of Information Technology, and Ms. Jakima Richards, Director of Security and Investigations, and not sitting in a well, but directly behind me is Mrs. Alyssa Fredericks, my confidential executive assistant. Both Ms. Richards and Mrs. Fredericks recently joined our leadership team here at the VI Lottery, and I want to welcome them as they sit in on their first budget meeting. As is customary and very important to me, I wish to start by saying a big thank you to my VI Lottery family, our dealers, and our customers, who are all part of the backbone in our successes every day. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate our 2023 Employees of the Year, Ms. Verita Carmichael, Director of Human Resources, St. Croix, and Ms. Celie Smith, Accounting Specialist on St. Thomas. The VI Lottery Commission convened and approved our FY24 budget on June 8th, 2023. Ms. Proctor, our CFO, will outline the budget highlights at the end of my presentation. As was presented at our last appearance in April of this year before the Legislature's Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the state of the VI Lottery is stable and growing positively. The VI Lottery is under reconstruction. Let me share several of our highlights and future insights as we continue to rebuild and make us the preeminent game of choice in the Virgin Islands. In FY23, the VI Lottery continued to maintain and in some instances exceed our ticket sales benchmark for the fiscal year, in addition to revenue generated from our contractors. In this fiscal year 24 budget, we have maintained an extraordinary EX drawing, which we project will increase our revenues. Hopefully, this will enhance our ticket sales and provide yet another opportunity for our customers to win a $500,000 grand prize among a plethora of other prizes. Also, in this budget, we have increased the opportunity to award more dollars to our scholarships and donation programs and to capture a return on our investment via for-profit sponsorships. It is our goal throughout the balance of this year and into the next fiscal year to upgrade our technology landscape. We plan to employ an IT solution that will innovate our accounting and auditing division systems, upgrade our point-of-sale system, upgrade our requisition and payment processing software, and provide for scanning and digitization of all documents, both archived and current. I firmly believe in the reduction and use of paper. Both of our union contracts, USW rank and file, and supervisors, are scheduled to expire at the end of fiscal year 24. We have met all scheduled pay increases as per the current contract. In addition to our unionized employees, exempt employees also received increases this fiscal year. Numerous employees have received training opportunities, either virtually or in person. One that stands out is with our accounting and auditing staff. The purpose of their training was to update employees on new GAAP and other accounting/auditing practices and policies. It also gave them the chance to dialogue with the trained professionals on a one-on-one basis, thereby answering questions and detailing thought processes to obtain clarity on methods and procedures. Our enforcement staff received training with POST, both virtually and in person. Ms. Jakima Richards our new Director of Security and Investigations, has been directed to develop a much more robust audit and regulatory framework for our VLT program, in addition to building on the work former Director Jacobs began. This year, we are celebrating our 85th anniversary of the Virgin Islands Lottery. It is being dubbed as celebrating 85 years of riding the wave of opportunity as we celebrate a journey through time. As part of this celebration, we will host our August extraordinary drawing, that's drawing number EX84, at the original site of the first drawing being Emancipation Garden on August 17th, 2023 at 12 p.m. To ensure our dealers can enhance sales, we will host promotional activities on all 3 islands leading up to that EX drawing. We will also be hosting galas in both districts and present various categories of awards to several of our dealers for their contributions to the VI Lottery in December, along with other activities throughout the rest or the remainder of this year. The VI Lottery is not just an agency that licenses and regulates traditional lottery and other games. Our purpose at the VI Lottery is to make dreams come through. Additionally, we provide opportunities to strengthen our entire community via sports, arts, music, education, and entertainment. Allow me to present a few examples. We proudly sponsored the senior national women's basketball team that won gold recently, and Team Voltage, the JetScore women's volleyball team that also won gold medals at the 2023 AAU Junior National Volleyball Championship that was held in Orlando, Florida. Another up-and-coming superstar, Miss Michelle Smith, who continues to excel and is now recognized for her wins and bringing home gold medals in track and field and other events nationally and internationally. She recently won gold at the North American, Central American, and Caribbean U18 800 meters and U18 400 meter hurdles. Our sponsorship with the VI Basketball Federation, the VI Olympic Committee, and the US VI Softball Federation, among others, have shown that individuals in our community can, do, and excel once provided the opportunities. We believe that providing scholarship opportunities for our teams to travel is major, but most importantly, helping to develop sports, arts, and music as a positive skill and outlet to our students locally is why our enterprise has grown. Last year, we sponsored 47 organizations out of 56 applications. This year, this fiscal year, we sponsored 70 out of 86 applicants. Just to name a few, the VI Basketball Federation, the VI Track and Field Federation, Access to Racial and Cultural Health Institute, St. Thomas Seawalls, Young Entrepreneurs Organization, Fathers in the Community, St. John Singers, VI Children's Museum, Project Promise VI, VI Softball Federation, Caribbean Drag Racing Association, the Jet Tours Volleyball Club, Positive Guidance, and the US VI Boxing Federation. The Institute for Social Change, Healthy Encores, the St. Croix Science Teacher Association, and the USVI Chess Federation. That's just to name a few. Between the months of February and May of this fiscal year, the VI Lottery has been a sponsor of the Caribbean Music Festival, held in Frederiksted, St. Croix. This jazz series was the brainchild of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to bring jazz in a park to the west end of St. Croix. We were and continue to be proud to highlight Dean Parsons and all-star lineup of the entertainers primarily made up of local and prestigious artists, young and older alike, here in the territory. Dean Parsons and his 21st Century Band are known locally, nationally, and internationally, where they have placed the Virgin Islands on the global landscape of professional music. These events were all free of charge to the entire community and were extremely well received. Thanks to the persistence of our staff, past and present, we have sponsored several for-profit events that have proven a significant return on our investment. We can now favorably track new customers, both young and old, by hosting second chance draws and raffles to win tickets and prizes for concerts, cruises, shopping sprees, vehicles, and the list goes on. The ability to track our customers will give us insight on targeting our future enhancement and planning for the VI Lottery. We continue to sell our community on the idea that we all win when we play the Virgin Islands Lottery. The rollout of our new Caribbean numbers games and other national games are beginning to show promising results as part of our growing portfolio. These games are specifically targeted to replace those illegal palais, wewe, tripleta, quinella, and other games that are prevalent throughout our community. Our contractor, Caribbean Lottery Services, Inc., has been working on a new central system enhancement project. Implementation of the final product will begin in August of this year, with a completion date set for October 2023. These updates will allow them to offer a more friendly management and retailer interface, next generation retailer terminals and accessories, enhance retailer and player experience with convenient self-service technology to check their tickets. Caribbean Lottery Services, Inc. has 60 retail locations territory-wide to provide customers unfettered access to play instant, scratch, and other games. The VI Lottery, as part of the Powerball Group, participated for our third year in the Powerball First Millionaire of the Year New Year's Rocking Eve promotion. This activity will be held in New York City for its fourth year. Based on a series of drawings that starts in October of the current year, the purchase of a Powerball ticket of $10 or more can cause anyone that buys it to enter into a local drawing, and eventually, based on a progression of drawings, we have the potential opportunity to send a finalist to New York to become the first millionaire of the year. This event happens on New Year's Eve as the ball drops take place in Times Square. As small as we are, comparatively to other participating states, we did manage to send a finalist and a companion to New York last year, who, believe it or not, ended up amongst the last 5 contestants. Something almost unimaginable. Our other contractor, Southland Gaming USVI, continues to show marked sales growth at the video lottery terminal locations in the St. Thomas, St. John district. We have 37 licensed retailers and 2 entertainment centers that house some 647 VLTs. Additionally, the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack will house a new VLT entertainment center as an added benefit for horse racing fans and visitors to the territory. Another new entertainment center, Lucky Street, is on target to open this year as well. With the addition of new games and gaming centers for entertainment, our revenues will grow this coming fiscal year. The Office of the Governor recently forwarded to the 35th Legislature, to Senator Capehart, I must say, amendments that will provide our Division of Security and Investigations the enhanced ability in carrying out their enforcement responsibilities to better enforce and execute their duties effectively. These amendments will give us more teeth in combating illegal gaming throughout the Virgin Islands. It is my fervent wish that these amendments be acted on expeditiously and favorably. I have requested and received a guarantee from our financial auditor, Burt Smith and Associates, that they will complete both our FY21 and FY22 financial audits by December of this year. The VI Lottery currently employs 40 persons or employees with 6 vacancies. Senators, these are just a few of the highlights of the VI Lottery. We will continue to ride the wave of opportunity while maintaining our vision of making the Virgin Islands Lottery the preeminent game of choice. I'll now yield to our CFO to provide our financial picture for fiscal year 24, and we stand ready thereafter to answer any questions they may have. Thank you for the opportunity. Ms. Proctor.
Good morning. The Virgin Islands Lottery Commission approved budget for fiscal year 2024 projects total operating revenues of $28,766,046, comprised of the following: traditional game, $13,338,504. Compensation from contractors, $15,406,042. Other income, $21,500. After a careful analysis and review of the 2023 fiscal year revenues received and budgeted amounts, the Virgin Islands Lottery is expected to surpass its fiscal year 2023 budgeted amounts. 3 extraordinary drawings are being budgeted for fiscal year 2024, as was in fiscal year 2023. A 47.83% increase in revenues is budgeted for the traditional game for fiscal year 2024, based on current revenue trends and other planned marketing initiatives, which will result in the forecasted amounts indicated above. The regular traditional draw game sales averages approximately 60% per drawing, while the extraordinary drawing sales averages approximately 75% to 85% per drawing. We anticipate a 15.94% increase in compensation from contractors as the demand for retailers increase and other gaming centers coming online. As of June 30th, 2023, $9,442,104 was generated from the traditional lottery game sales. A total of $10,547,372 was received from Southland Gaming, and $1,193,496 was received from Caribbean Lottery Services. Based on actuals as of June 30th, 2023, a 33% increase in revenues is projected for the traditional lottery game, which is 4% more than fiscal year 2022. We also project a 15% increase in revenues from Southland Gaming, which is 6% more than fiscal year 2022. Although Caribbean Lottery Services projects an 0.8% decrease in revenues for fiscal year 2023, the revenue generated is 4% more than fiscal year 2022. Total direct costs are projected at $11,893,006. This includes prize expense, printing, drawing operations, Powerball Mega Million drawing costs, dealers' bonuses and expenses, and bonus prizes for extraordinary drawings. $4,269,421 is budgeted for salaries and benefits, inclusive of negotiated employee increases. Advertising and promotion, professional services, and other general and administrative capital outlays total to $4,464,715. Total operating expenses is projected at $20,827,142 with an operating income of $7,938,904. Pursuant to Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Section 246, mandatory transfers for fiscal year 2024 are projected as follows. Educational Initiative Fund, $2,310,906. Pharmaceutical Assistance Program, $2,310,906. GRS Retirees Bonus Fund, $1,540,604. Horse Racing Improvement Fund, $405,781. Although not mandated, the Virgin Islands Lottery continues to budget $100,000 for the Office of Veterans Affairs for administrative cost assistance and $900,000 to the general fund to cover expected appropriation in fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023. Total contributions to these government programs for fiscal year 2024 is estimated at $7,568,198. To date, an appropriation to the Office of Veterans Affairs have been made in the amount of $100,000 based on the request, and a total of $5,821,408 was paid to date in mandated transfer to date for fiscal years 2023, which is broken down as follows. Educational Initiative Fund, $1,761,130. Pharmaceutical Assistance Program, $1,761,130. GRS Retirees Bonus Fund, $2,270,000. Horse Racing Improvement Fund, $29,148. The Virgin Islands Lottery projects a total expense of $28,295,740 with a net income of $470,306 for fiscal year 2024.
That's it for us, Senators.
Thank you,
You go home now?
Director. Pardon? If
We
you
could
could
go home
no. We're going to ask that you put your name and title on the record before you speak the first time, okay?
Sure.
And thank you for your testimony, and thank you for providing us with a breakdown of the information so we could have a better perspective. And it is clear that you are now because I know that you needed to get some clarification around Title 32 VIC Section 246, and it appears as if you have sought out the clarification and you are now paying in to the various obligations that you have. But you know that y'all have an obligation, and I just realized it when I looked at your report for previous years. You have an obligation for 2022. Did y'all pay into the GVI in 2022?
You mean for the manager treasurers?
For the retirees we're speaking about?
No, you know that there is an obligation to pay a certain amount of your net revenues as per section, I think that's
Okay, Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. For fiscal year 2022, we paid the $900,000 that was appropriated to the general fund. That's all was paid to the general fund.
for FY22?
Yes.
Okay, so the report, and let me check this. So
The payment was made in October of 22, so that's why it shows in 23.
okay, so then you anticipate showing 9 and 9, 18, 1.8 in FY 2023.
Correct, because 23 is due by September 30th.
And what about 21? That's a wash?
Well, we haven't finished our audit yet on 2021, but we didn't have any ACO appropriation for 21, so nothing wasn't paid as yet to the general fund.
Well, you don't need an ACO and appropriation.
I know.
The law is very clear that there's a percentage of your net income.
Right.
that you
And
have
part
to
of
pay
that,
into the
Senator,
general
too,
fund.
you know, and we've had this discussion in the past relative to what our understanding of net income is income after we audit our accounts. So
Yeah.
hence why.
That's fair, because you want to use your audited numbers in order to make
Absolutely.
good on it. That's fine. I just want to say that I am very happy that, you know, the challenges that we had before, that you all have really made a concerted effort to kind of work them out. So you see the evidence of you working them out. So we're good with that. And then, so you mentioned in your testimony that your financial audits are, what was it? What audit are you working on now?
Currently 2021 and 2022.
2020. So you're doing them simultaneously?
Yes.
Great. So, so then your audits will be up to date.
That's the objective.
And that's perfect. That's good news. So it is clear that the work that we've done over the past couple of years in this committee has really proved out for your agency, which is good news. And of course, you will have an opportunity to see if you have qualified or unqualified audits, and that will help you to improve on your internal processes, particularly in the financial area. So
Correct.
It's good stuff, okay? And then I was going to ask you if you have a listing of all your obligations, but you already laid it out. All right, so colleagues, and the one thing, you note the 900,000, but it's really not, I don't know that the obligation is 900,000. That is a projection, and that's why it concerns me when we actually make a budget bill for it, because it's really based on your net. So we have to look at that, because I don't know that is fair for us to say that you have a budget bill that say you have to pay this amount when we don't know what your net income is going to be. So it goes back to the fact that the audits need to be conducted. So if the government has to, so my recommendation, because we want to keep the books clean, right? So once you complete your audits and you recognize that you're 21 and 22, you have probably been over or under, then if it's under, then you know that you owe the government money. And if it's over, then we have to figure out how to make the appropriation to give it back to you. We just have to make sure that we keep the books very clean.
Absolutely correct.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you for that.
Perfect. Okay, so we're on the same page with that. Now, I have one quick question, and then I'm going to go to the first senator, which is Senator Angel Bulquez. But let me ask you, so I note that in 2023, when you came before the legislature, you projected some 22.2 in operating revenues, but based on what we have in front of us today, it appears that you are going to see at least 6 million more. Are you on the same price, like 5.9 million?
Correct.
Okay, so you've been seeing about 1.5 more per month than you
And that's
projected.
primarily, if I may, we've been charting our traditional games, in particular, the revenues for our traditional games, and where we're at based on our forecast for 23, we were very conservative. Let me say, I was very conservative.
Right.
Because for me, it was easier to say, we're going to only make 2 million, I make 4, as opposed to saying, I make 10, I make 2, you know. And what both Ms. Proctor and I sat and talked about is the fact that we looked at numbers then, we looked at what we were generating on a monthly basis, use that percentage, and that's how we bumped to what we consider to be a realistic forecast for FY23.
Okay, so and we're actually seeing that your 2023 forecast seems to be a lot more realistic.
Correct.
Than what we're seeing before. Okay, perfect. Senator Bulkes, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Director Williams and
Good
the
afternoon.
leadership team of the VI Lottery. I want to start off by commending you all for many of the technological advancements that I've been seeing at the VI Lottery since you've been on board. So kudos to you for all of those enhancements and continue to do the good work. I wanted to ask, can you elaborate, given that the 15.94% increase in compensation for contractors, what measures are taking place to make sure that the performance aligns with these increased payments?
Well, the fact that we have additional retailers coming on board, the fact that we project that when the Clinton E-Phipps racetrack is completed, that we will see additional revenue. You know, sometimes we look at it from a perspective that in gaming in the district of St. Thomas St. John is generally revenue neutral. But what we've been looking at that in that industry, in horse racing in particular, the fact that people go out there and are going to be going out there, we suspect that you're going to have people coming in from outside the territory to look at horse racing and take opportunities to play in our games as well at that venue. In addition to the fact that we have at least 2 new entertainment centers coming online, that is where that projection comes from.
Very well, thank you. And the contracts with your unionized employees, they're scheduled to expire fiscal year 24. What steps are being taken to ensure a smooth contract negotiation and also to handle any labor disputes that may arise?
So we haven't crossed that bridge in terms of setting up and determining. The contract negotiations probably take place towards at some point next year. But I'm always proud to say, and for my good friend Senator DeGraff, who always asks the question about pay and salaries and stuff like that, we're always proud to note that the VI Lottery not only pays its bills, but it pays its employees and pays them on time. Okay?
Okay, very well. And with the rollout of the new Caribbean numbers games and your other national games, how has that
30
impacted
seconds.
revenue and engagement in the community?
I'm so happy that you asked that. So the piece of legislation, the amendment that we spoke to, and I really don't want to go into detail on that here because we're at the budget hearing, but hopefully that will help to enhance what we suspect will stymie. We have three prongs to that. You have education, you have enforcement, and you have marketing. We've done some of the education, we've done the marketing, and it's a game. Those games are slowly growing, especially on St. Thomas, where we see most of our gaming activity. But in order for us to literally stymie a lot of the illegal activity, we got to have that bite in the bullet, if I may say.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers, and Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. Let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator DeGraff as present. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Director Williams. Thank
Good
you
afternoon.
for the
afternoon.
supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Before I begin, your board, how many vacancies are there on your board?
3.
3 vacancies. Which district? Which
We
district?
have 1, 2, 1 in each, I think.
1 in each? Anything being done to get those?
We have sent some recommendations. As recent as Monday at the cabinet meeting, the governor was talking about that. So I suspect that we'll see some activity moving forward with that.
You're very well. In respect to your staff, how many vacancies do you have?
Currently, we have 6.
6 vacancies. And of those vacancies are critical positions in your opinion?
I'll say 5 of the 6, yes. And those vacancies are recent, primarily. Several are exempt. It is our goal, in our enforcement, and we're budgeted for additional enforcement officers. And with the onboarding of Director Richards and my HR director over here, I told them, literally directed them, that I want to see at least 2 of those vacancies filled within the next few months. Because if we're going to strengthen our enforcement product, we have to have bodies to make it happen.
How many new hires have you had?
Besides Director Richards and Ms. Frederick in the back here, anybody else? Just 2. Okay.
Okay. With respect to your agency, I know promotion is very important in terms of you getting the word out. Because as you say, everybody wins.
Yes, sir.
In the postal report on page 4, for fiscal year 23, it was budgeted for $250,000 for advertising and promotion. You're going to $900,000 in that category.
Yep.
Explain to me, you have new games coming online?
The objective,
projects? What's going on?
The objective is to, especially in our sponsorships and our donations program, not only just for the promotion, but what we recognize in FY23, we're now in August, July. As far back as I would say maybe in April or June, we're almost out of money because so many applications come in, and you try to balance that equation. So as part of our lottery under reconstruction, the goal there is to provide more opportunities, more funding opportunities for more organizations in our community.
Much appreciated. And before my time is called, capital outlay. For 2023, I had budgeted $93,000. For 24, you have $409,500. Explain to me what do you have planned?
Okay, so it was much more than that. We were hoping, or still are hoping, to get back into the Franklin building. It was my ambitious goal to have done that this year, but then we learned there's a whole bunch of things that we quote-unquote could not do. So now we're working with PMP to try to get them to fix that building, and then we can do the build-up.
In closing, your strengths and your weaknesses. Name 2 strengths that you see with your operation that's actually helping to bring in your revenue, and 2 weaknesses that you need to work on
30 seconds.
in order to improve the operations.
So 2 strengths, my staff, number 1, and our dealers, number 2. 2 weaknesses, we need to be able to grow our, not just grow our product, but we need to be able to increase our sales using new technology. And as part of bringing forward, hopefully, new legislation, we want to fall in line with online sales because young people ain't going to a dealer to buy a ticket. They want to do it. So those are the 2 weaknesses that I see.
Well, thank you so much for your responses, and I think you're on point, you're on target, and I appreciate the department doing what they're doing because you spoke to that in your last testimony and you have come through with everything you said. So thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Blyden. Thank you. Let's go back to the Franklin building. So you're not currently in the Franklin building?
No, we,
And that building, is that under any FEMA what do you call it, PWs?
no, not, well, I don't know. When we moved out because of the environmental issues. In conversations with the previous commissioner and with the current commissioner, our thing is, look, we want to go back there because it's kind of ridiculous that you're paying $14,000 or $15,000 a month for 7,600 square foot versus some 14,000 square foot that's available, and that space available for us to even sublease to another government agency. So that is one of the critical pieces that I'm going to keep pounding away at to try to make that happen.
So that building is under your purview, is under the
No,
it's under property
property
procurement,
procurement.
and it does have a PW.
I'm not sure. You do?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Benjamin said it does. Okay.
So you want to explain it, because I need to understand. So is the PW is not obligated yet, or do you know what's happening there?
Well, that's good morning, good afternoon, Dwayne Benjamin. That's a discussion we'll have to discuss with property and procurement.
Okay.
However, the PWs that were associated for contents is what we have already processed through public assistance. The building is a government facility that's under the blanket insurance of the government. So hence our anxiousness to get the building. We understood that there were several items that have to be completed under that agreement, going through the Office of ODR. And then once those items are completed, we can approach leasing the facility to relocate our offices.
Okay, understood. So we leasing it from property and procurement?
Right now, currently, no.
No, the intent, you used to lease it from P&P?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Senator, you have 6 vacancies, you noted, right?
Yes.
Is the internal auditor position new?
It's a position that the board requires, and that's a position they have to fill. And yes, it is new.
Again,
It was budgeted last fiscal year, and this year again, yes.
Okay, so I applaud y'all for doing that, because that's a very important position
Yeah.
for an entity like yours. Absolutely. And you know, you have about, what's your revenue, about 28 million?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was thinking about, sometimes we have to have shared costs with other entities. Like, for instance, we just had WTJX here. They probably have a need for an internal auditor as well, but they don't have enough work for someone to be full-time. So, you know, those are the types of things that we have to consider, but you definitely need an internal auditor. So I agree with that, that decision. That's a good decision. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Lottery family.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for your testimony. I must commend the work that's being done by the Virgin Islands Lottery, again, for right-fitting the ship and setting it truly a sail. I also want to thank you for your contribution and funding to a lot of the nonprofit organization. I truly believe that that serves as a lifeline in some instances and a lifesaver in other instances to those nonprofits, so thank you for that. In regards to your commission, how long have you had 3 vacancies there?
I've been here almost 4.5 years for that entire time.
4.5 years? Okay, and you said you made some recent recommendations that we should be seeing.
We have, yes, and I'm going to, again, like I said, in the conversations on Monday at the cabinet meeting, that's one of the things that the governor has insisted that we work feverishly on.
Very well. In regards to KPIs, I didn't see any KPI mentioned for your agency. What are you doing to evaluate your effectiveness and efficiency?
I think in terms of a KPI, stuff like the return on our investments, for example. Last year we sponsored about 2 or 3 activities.
Okay, so we have a little issue. Please hold the senator's time, or the senator will be able to start over. We have some equipment challenges right now, so the committee has to stand in recess. The committee stands in recess until we're able to address this issue. My apologies.
right there, you want to tell them about the Youth About Face program?
Well, Mr. Williams, I think you should ask the kids then.
Okay, say less.
It's fun, exciting,
amazing, hyped up,
adventurous,
full of culture,
diverse.
The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and again, thank you to the Virgin Islands Lottery for the work that they're doing. Before we went on the break, Director Williams, I did ask you about the KPIs. How are you effectively and efficiently evaluating your agency?
So, thanks for that question. And I'll give you maybe a few examples. So, we talk about increasing our revenue. When we look at where we were, let's say 4 to 5 years ago, as compared to where we're at today, our forecasts have generally been, let's say, about 2 to 3%, and we've consistently saw that happening in FY23 from October 1, 2022 to present. We've seen a consistency in our revenue. So that's one. The reduction of illegal games, the revenues that go out of this territory relative to illegal games, how do we measure that now? I figure that as a KPI, with the new games that we rolled out, they're catching on slowly, but as we continue to build on our enforcement end, that will help to improve and bring those revenues back in. Another example, transformation in technology. The reduction in paper, cost of paper, transportation, the fact that we only sell tickets that are purchased, that's another indicator. The printing costs and those type of solutions. In FY24.
So let me ask you, are there established KPIs that you're working towards and you're able to evaluate and measure, or are you just, these are happenstances that you're of achievement?
Okay, it's not happenstance. These are actually measurements that we look at.
And goals that you have set that now you're checking the box on.
Correct, and as we gradually move forward.
Very well. And you also spoke about this transformation, digital transformation, that I'm very much interested in. I'd like to see that throughout government entirely. How much money are you expending towards digital transformation? How much money have you earmarked? And what are some of your, again, projected goals in that digital transformation?
So in our FY23 budget, I think we had a number of about $60,000 that we hadn't expended to date. We budgeted in FY24 for about $300,000. Because as we spoke to contractors, because now we got to go through the PMP process. As we spoke to them, we realized that we needed to add on, all the way down to the digitization of document scanning and all that stuff. So we continue to add on, but that's within the range we're looking at.
Very well, I'm hoping that as we continue to contemplate this whole digital transformation, is that BIT will certainly capitalize on being able to bring all, collectively address this and hopefully decrease the cost of it. Real quickly, in the time that remaining, is there any consideration for construction of your own building here on St. Croix or even on St. Thomas eventually, or renovating a government building that you could call a permanent home?
Immediately after that, Franklin Building. On St. Croix, I have one board member that has been emphatic about us looking at property in Frederickson primarily. We also looked at property near the Superior Court to see if we could purchase property. And these are opportunities that started before me. But the short answer, Franklin Building is our priority, so we can get back there, and then we can look at St. Croix more carefully.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called, and again, I want to commend these bank savings and CDs of deposit and stuff like that. I think that this look good. We don't always see that here in government as we do the budget review. So I'm happy to see these numbers flowing through our screens here. We appreciate the work that's being done there. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Williams, Dwayne Benjamin, Miss Proctor. You see, everybody, they dress in green and they clean, so what do you say?
Money team.
See money day, Papa. You know, on a serious note, right? Your operating revenues is 28 million plus. Can you break it down per district, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix? Do you have those numbers?
We don't break down by district. Lottery is one entity. All our monies flow through.
Okay, I wanted to point out one thing, right? That, what is it, 11,277,000 in prizes. People of the Virgin Islands, almost $11.5 million, right? And it's very important because this could be a life-changing event. So, Mr. Williams, you have experience. Explain to the public, if you win this big thing, 500,000, what should the people do? How do they handle this windfall and what not to do?
That's I don't know if I can answer that specifically. All I can say is tell them to spend it responsibly.
Yeah, and that's very important, people, because I know a guy, this is a true story, he got an old car like me, right? A 20-year-old car, right? He win the big prize, you know, he walk in a parts store. You know, he buy a new car, his wife buy a new car. It was about 8 months ago. You know, he actually telling me the next time he win the lottery, what he gonna do. I ain't want to tell him, brother, your chances, you ain't gonna never win that, but the money gone. But you got a brand new car. So, folks, when you come into this, you hear it here, right? Do not waste this money. It's not easy to come into that. Okay, I want to really go to I notice your revenues are improving. You're doing well. What is it that you have left to accomplish with the lottery? You're rolling out these new prizes and all of that. How is that improving the lottery? And then also I want you to explain to me the locations, because you have like 37 vendors or something like that. Explain the new big rollout one that you're planning.
Okay, 30 seconds.
The new rollouts are on St. Thomas Lucky Street, and these are all video lottery terminal sites on Lucky Street. I can't remember the location offhand, but 4 Ways, right? Yeah. A bit 4 Ways. And then the Clinton E-Phipps racetrack, you know, with all that has gone on with that contract, that project, what some may call a casino, will pretty much fall under our management. With those two additions, we've had several retailers that joined us recently. So those are the areas that we plan to expand.
Okay. And just, Madam Chair, if I can finish the question real quick. So another thing I want to clarify, I want you to go on the public. When you win a prize, right, what percentage you got to give to the dealer you buy the ticket from?
Charlie Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. No percentage goes to the dealer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Congratulations, Jakima Richards, on your new position.
Thank you, Senator.
I stand in full support of you, hardworking, no-nonsense person, and you're definitely one of us. But as far as the internal auditor, Mr. Raymond Williams, I know that you deal with a lot of numbers on a daily basis as far as lottery. As far as getting that position filled, and how long has that position been vacant?
It's been vacant in FY 2023, and it's still vacant. It's a position that the board, our lottery commission, has mandated that we put in the budget. So it's a position that will report to the commission.
And explain to me in detail as far as the position for internal auditor, if you don't mind.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Explain to me in detail the role of the internal auditor.
I could not answer that.
Anybody here can answer that. You have to have somebody who can.
You want to take a shot at it?
Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. The internal auditor would basically audit the entire agency. Right now we have auditors in our accounting department, but all they audit is our daily work, our ticket sales, and our price payment. This auditor will audit basically like the financial auditors go through our accounts, make sure we key into the right accounts, it's deposited on time and what's not. This is just before we get our overall audit.
Including the revenues from what you get from the machines and what have you?
Everything will be audited by the internal auditor.
And that is why I was asking that, because I know we have an obligation to collect and we want to make sure that we're holding individuals accountable. But in the interim, while you try to fill a vacancy, how have you been filling that void?
Like Ms. Proctor responded to, our internal process is what we use on a daily basis. At the end of the fiscal year, once we go to our external auditor, that's where we'll generally see that what we're doing is
1
accurate.
minute.
All right, because you remember during budget hearing, they rough you up, some of my colleagues, the last budget hearing during COVID, when we were asking about the machines being offline and what have you, now all of them are back online. But as far as the machines being back online, I hope and pray that you're keeping track of the inventory. Have you an idea of the numbers of how many are online?
Sure, absolutely. Every day. Absolutely. I can see it right here.
Can you tell us?
No, I can't show you.
Tell us how many are offline.
Okay, so we have 647 VLTs online.
And offline?
I don't. The only ones that are offline are there are 3 retailers that are transitioning. So those are offline. I can't give you a specific
30
number.
seconds.
But then there's also Windward Hotel.
Because
those are offline.
And in a nutshell, we just want those revenues. We want, in a nutshell, we, as a first branch of government, we want to see those revenues because we want to make sure that as we deal with the budget, we see a positive influx of cash coming in, so we can be able to have a balanced budget and whatever the case may be. And as far as the internal auditor, hence why I asked that question, to keep track of the numbers.
Time.
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, if I may ask one last question. Mr. Raymond Williams, we have a lot of bright Virgin Islanders. It shouldn't be hard to find a marketing and public relations officer. We have a lot of millennials and people out there with companies, and the list goes on with expertise. Marketing has just been a new norm in the Virgin Islands. Everywhere you pop up is an advertising and marketing company. You want to hire somebody in the interim? I don't know. What's up?
If I'm
You're gonna
looking,
hire a company in the interim while you fill this vacancy, because it shows vacant marketing, public relations.
the vacancy is recent, Senator.
Oh, it's recent?
Yeah, it's not an old. It's not a long vacancy.
Okay, just making sure. Fill that. And in closing, I just want to say congratulations on your 85th year anniversary of the VI Lottery. I look forward. I know you're going to have something up your sleeve, so make sure you invite us, all 15 of us. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. So I'm looking back at your revenue and expense trends, and I note that your prize expenses for FY 2024, and again, this is probably just a projection for 23, but they will exceed your expenses for 23 by about 3.4 million.
You're looking at the post-audit report, or
No, I'm looking at your
okay.
revenue and expense report. So I'm trying to understand.
Part of it is the fact that we're hoping to pay out. We're probably going to end up paying out more in terms of prizes. But Ms. Proctor, you want to answer?
You're hoping to pay out more prizes
Yeah, because we play more. So
because of?
No. Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer, because the price expense goes based off of our prospectus. And if you notice on the we don't have the prospectus in here, but it's always on the back of the tickets. And based on what we expect to receive, is a certain percentage we expect to pay out. And in the traditional game, it's 90%, and in the extraordinary joint, it's 84%.
So then let me go to this then. So under your, let's go up to your operating revenues. So of course, it is clear that the contractors, your compensation from your contractors, and I want to say it again, the compensation from your contractors, that's really what's keeping you levelized, right?
That's true.
Because we had some that was trying to fight down these contractors, but for the contractors, there would be no VI lottery.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Am I accurate?
100%.
Thank you. I note that in 2023, 13.3 is your projection, and in 2024, you're projecting 15.4. So that's another 2.2, give or take, that you're projecting, right? So help me to understand why. I know you kind of talked about it a little bit, but I need you to just flesh it out some more. You know, what is it that we're going to see that's truly different, or that's truly ramped up in FY24 that will help you to see a, actually, you have to change your budget numbers for 23 as I look at it, because we already talked about the fact that based on the projections, you are going to generate another 6 million, about 5.9 in 23. But tell me, what's creating this significant increase in your overall operating revenues?
The addition of games, number one.
What? Could you say?
Addition
Okay.
of games, well, locations, retail locations.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, the fact that we're going to hopefully see before the end of the fiscal year another entertainment center coming on board. People in the St. John district like to chase money. They move around, but at the same time, they're generally consistent in where they play. And people are playing. I really don't want to speak to it, but I will. Responsible gaming, which is a major factor for us as well. And that's something we share between us and the Casino Commission. We look at those trends of people chasing money to make sure that people ain't leaving the mortgage home and run into a VLT site. So, but you know, people are playing. I think revenues are out there. People have money, disposable income, so they're playing more.
So some of the 500 for the Social Security.
Yeah, all that.
So you talk about additional retail locations. Do you have a projected number of how many new retail locations we can look forward to seeing for FY20, I guess between 23 and 24?
Yeah, you have Clinton Phipps, you'll have, as I say, Lucky Street.
So Clinton Phipps would be the additional entertainment center?
Correct. Yes.
But the additional retail locations, that's what I meant.
So far, there's, I think it's about 3 pending, pretty much, yeah.
So there's 3. So now you talked about the fact that we have in the district that I live in that, you know, there's a lot of folks that are participating. There's a lot of participation in the gaming.
Correct.
And of course, we have to make sure that retirees and those that are participating in the gaming, that we are also protecting them.
Correct.
Right? So I know they had something, you have an anonymous, Gambling Anonymous.
I know.
So you are responsible for, help me to understand.
No, the lottery is not responsible, but what we're doing, that we did last year, I think it was working in tandem with the Casino Commission in October, the month of September or October is Responsible Gaming Month. We work collectively in putting on marketing, doing marketing, through 2 of our affiliated associations, NASPL and Muscle. There's also an opportunity for us to work through them in terms of responsible gaming. So that's one of, maybe you ask about weaknesses, that's one of the things that I haven't really been out there dealing with, but it is definitely something that we continue to look at in line with our contractor to say, hey, if the retailer sees a situation, they need to let us know so we can try to do some type of intervention.
All right, I think that's a very important piece because most of the, I mean, I am probably going out on a limb by saying this, but the majority of the people that participate are our citizens, the people that live and work here and have retired here. So our job is also to protect them.
Correct.
So we have to make a concerted effort to do that. Senator Capehart, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Executive Director Williams and your VI Lottery team.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I want to ask you, how much money is the Virgin Islands losing on illegal gambling and illegal lottery schemes that the community is deprived of receiving this money?
So in the last white paper that we saw, we're in 2023, I think it was in 2021, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $80 million.
$80 million.
80.
So with that being said, I want you to tell my colleagues, tell even the people of the Virgin Islands how important it is that enforcement for the VI lottery to make sure that we keep this $80 million in our coffers. With all the great things that VI lottery does and give back to this community, we need that money. So I look forward to supporting that legislation to bring enforcement. $80 million, wow. And your non-operating revenue expense, you mentioned with that $80 million that we lose in, that you have transfers, pharmaceutical assistance program. Is that through the Department of Human Services?
That's correct.
And this is to assist the elderly population that cannot afford to buy prescriptions, that they can go to this program and receive free prescription?
Well, I don't know how the program is managed specifically, but I guess the intention is for elderly and indigent.
So I didn't know the VI Lottery actually gave Human Services $2.3 million, or projecting for 2024. So I'm just in awe. So I'm glad to hear that, because Human Services was before us this week and I didn't see that. I'm very curious to find out, with all the information and that you have in your system, do you have an intrusion protection system that actually senses
30 seconds.
If there's anyone trying to hack into your system? What kind of security measures that you have that you would have to pay for this?
Okay. Are we talking from our accounting aspect or
like a cybersecurity system that you want to make sure that there's no one that could come into that VI Lottery system to hack. So they probably want to see what potentially winning numbers.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to yield to my Director of IT.
Director of Information Technology.
Time.
So our draw system is two different things. So we do have firewalls in place, and we have vendors that assist us with that as well. And our draw system is not on any network. It's standalone. So it's not plugged into the internet. It uses atmospheric. I don't know how it works, but it's not connected to anything. It's a random number generator. So even we have to download stuff from it to get the information out into our POS system and stuff like that. So it doesn't connect to anything.
And if I may add, we could roll that RNG right here and do the drawing right here. Plug it in right here and do the drawing right here.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a burning question right now.
You have another question, Senator?
No.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Okay.
no, not at this moment. Thank you.
All right. So my colleague brought up the matter of KPIs and the discussion that we were having with Senator Capehart, and it actually escaped my mind. So I'm going to regroup and I'm going to go to Senator Carrion. But it was a very important discussion around KPIs. I know what it is. No, I don't. So let's go back to what the senator referenced about the enforcement. So I know, you talked about $80 million, that's it. That's what it is. So you indicated that there is $80 million that we are potentially losing, give or take some $80 million that we are potentially losing as a result of other illegal gaming that's taking place here in the territory. And of course, that impacts a lot. It impacts our social services. It impacts our ability to pay out our income taxes. It impacts our ability to raise the minimum wage. My good colleague from the other Savanero who knew. It impacts all of those things in the territory. So I know back in the day when I worked at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, there was a partnership between DOJ and the Virgin Islands Lottery, where the investigators will go out and provide assistance. And there were a number of arrests and a lot of tickets, etc. Things were confiscated at that time. You ain't really hearing that kind of thing anymore. So what is that relationship that you have with DOJ until you can get your enforcement ramped up?
So, singularly, this legislation that's going to be coming before the body speaks to changing misdemeanors to felonies, for example, the fines that are generated. Because right now, if my enforcement team were to go into the field, confiscate, this is a device. They take this away from you, they do the paperwork, whatever they got to do. By the time they walk out the door, you're right back there with another one. Because the penalties are not significant enough to impact that.
I see.
In the legislation that we created, although they want to talk about it, what we're asking is that once we generate those revenues, we pull in those illegal gaming revenues, we want to split the revenue with justice so that they can prosecute these crimes. You see? So that's part of that.
So right now you don't have a relationship with them. So that
we do, but nothing to the extent that you described.
So my colleague asked about this, the Senate President asked about KPIs earlier. So I would strongly suggest that as you build on your KPIs, that, that $80 million that we have on the street, I don't know if you need to use the word 80 million, but we definitely have to reduce the number of illegal gaming that's occurring in the territory.
And Senator, if I may, I'm going to tell you that number I gave you is representative of 2.5, 3 years ago.
So then there's more.
Couple that, right? Let me paint the picture. Couple it with illegal gaming, prostitution, human trafficking. I don't use the word dope for everything. Okay? Drugs. All of that ties into that number. We've met, and I'm sure maybe more than I should, but we've met with different law enforcement entities that we want to do this thing collectively. It's not about the lottery necessarily running out there to try to, because you go to a facility, I use the word facility very purposely. You go to a facility and you can probably make arrests for all those things I just highlighted.
I would just imagine. But I think that, this requires a collaborative effort.
It does.
If we are serious about generating or getting all of the revenues that truly belong to us here.
As you see, the revenues go right back out. We don't sit or own the money.
Absolutely.
We put it right back out.
All right. Thank you for that. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and commending the team. You all look great.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
In regards to sponsorship, you spoke in your testimony that you provide a great deal of funding for sponsorship. How much have you provided thus far this year?
You got a number handy? We're going to look it up for you.
Good. And And what are you projecting within your budget for FY24 for sponsorship? Do you have that outlined?
I think it's about, not online, but it's about close to what, 9? 3, we're projecting.
And while she looks for that, because my time, you got it? Okay.
Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. For donations and sponsorship for fiscal year 2024, the total amount is $425,000.
You mean for 2023?
No,
That's what
budgeted for 24 is
budget-
$425,000. Thus far for fiscal year 2023, $392,477.
Okay, 392. And you budgeting how much you said? 400?
425.
425. Okay. With regards to looking in the post-audit report, also in the budget, there's an increase in spending for advertising and promotion budgeted for FY24, which is $900,000 compared to $250 that you had. I think it was in FY22. Why such a 23? So what are your actuals in 23 for promoting and advertising? And then why such a huge jump?
I'll say that for promotion in particular,
yes,
we do a lot of promotions. We partner with quite a few people, and what I recognize in this fiscal year anyway, as a result of COVID going away, everybody coming back out into the open, so everybody coming for an opportunity to do promotions and stuff like that. So the return on the investment I spoke to earlier, hence why we're looking at improving on that. But that's just one facet of it.
That's a huge jump. I mean, what you consider
Trust me,
taking
the industry, in this industry, people are like calling all day, every day. People are looking for those opportunities.
And also, I see that in the post-audit report, page 4, there's also a large increase in your professional services from what you were.
1 minute.
In FY22 was around 400,000 to 763. So, what are you foreseeing? Why is that projected increase?
You've heard me speak to our IT upgrades and IT on our IT solutions. That in of itself, just one thing, that's about almost $400,000.
The IT, so some of it has to do with your going into more digital technology and so
Absolutely.
forth. Okay. Capital outlay.
30 seconds.
What are you projecting for that?
400, I think it's $409,000.
409, and that is for?
If we get lucky enough to get back to the Franklin building
To make the
and
repairs that
potentially
you
some
spoke
other
about
stuff.
there. Okay, so I'm just looking at when we look at revenues and expenses shown on Exhibit 5 in the post-audit report, you're projecting just $470,000 in net profit.
Time.
Compared to FY23, it was around $3.8 million. So is that kind of concerning to you that there's not having a net profit saving?
What page are you looking at?
Page 7, post-audit report, Exhibit 5.
Can you?
Yes, I'm saying that is showing that your net profit is 470,306 compared to other years where it was 3.8 million.
Go ahead and answer, Ms. Proctor.
Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, our net profit went down to 470, as the director stated. We have the capital outlays. We have also budgeted the 900,000 to the general fund, and also in the professional services is where we have increases.
So that is because you weren't providing the transfer of funds to what you're required by statute to do, and that's why you had that lump sum in 2022, and now we're seeing it reduced in 2024?
I wouldn't say that we wasn't providing our transfers, because we were doing the transfers, but the 900,000 is based on the act that was passed last year. And we also, once you make more revenue, you have to pay out more in mandated transfers. So the number also increased.
Okay, my time was called, but if you haven't provided the balance in your bank accounts funding, you have to post on a report. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carry on. So let's just clear that up. So if you look at your revenue and expense trends document, so that 3,057,000 is basically through July of this year. So in the fiscal year 2023, the year isn't completed.
That's correct.
So these numbers are going to change.
That's correct.
They're going to change significantly, but you do show an increase of, like I said earlier, some 5.9 million that you'll possibly generate through the end of the fiscal year. So we suspect that you will see an increase in your net income for FY23. However, your expenses are also going to take a hit. So we can't really tell what that's going to look like for fiscal year 23 yet, but you are trending at between, once you're paying out your obligations, you're trending around you're trending around 900,000. So I suspect that you'll see a little more on the table. But your 2022 actuals and your 2021 actuals, where you did not pay out the almost $1 million to the GVI, you're seeing that you have excess of 3.8 and 2.4. So that's where we're seeing the additional resources, but we have to wait until fiscal year 25 when they completely correct
That's
to see
correct.
when we get to the 25 budget, actually. But you should be able to see that in 24, once we begin to collect the revenues and once you close FY23. Senator Fonseca, you had a point of inquiry, and then Senator Capehart.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In your non-operating revenues, the interest particularly, you're showing 99,000. So do you have bonds, CD, other investments, and can you give us the interest rate you're earning on those?
No, we don't have any of them, but we have CDs, not bonds.
Okay. Can you give us the interest rate on those CDs?
I think it's less than a percent.
Less than 1%.
What's the total of the CD? What's the total cash value? Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's 100.
There's a report that was provided to us,
Financial.
but you could share it on the record.
I say in the neighborhood of maybe 1.6 million.
What did I do with it? Here. Okay, so you can send the information back, because this report that you provided us does not have the breakout of.
It do.
It does? Of the interest? that
Oh,
we
we
have?
have the balances.
Just the balance.
Yeah, we have the balances. The balance from First Bank is 10,318,000, and then your Banco Popular, which seems like that's your operating account, that's 2 million.
Correct.
But the CDs in particular, you have a savings account, and then you have 3 CDs that has to date, based on the July 25th information, $10.3 million.
Collectively. Right.
Collectively. So there's something I need y'all to do. So your CDs are expiring when?
They renew automatically.
Yeah.
Okay. So y'all need to look into that, because First Bank need to do better. What percentage is it? 0. What?
Less
Less than 1%.
No way. if they're not working for you, then you need to work for you. Less than 1% is not satisfactory. CDs were up to, I can't remember, 2 point something this year. So you can't have that kind of money sitting and you generating pennies on this. So from your financial perspective, you need to revisit this.
If I may, we've had a conversation with the commission. We met with, I think it was Banco Popular that giving us a proposal for T-bills and stuff like that, that yield like 4%. But in our discussions with the commission, there's some other alternatives that the commission wants us to also look at, hence why we haven't moved.
Well, you need to call First Bank and tell them if they can't improve this, we'll move in a different direction. This is unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
They can't continue to do this kind of thing. They're using your money, our money, and giving you less than 1%? No way. That's not good enough. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 4 of the revenue and expense, where it says license and permit fees, you have projections for 2024 budget, 19,000. 2023, you have 15,750. That increase shows, is there an increase of individuals asking for permits to be retailers? If you could explain that.
Sure. Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. The 15,750 for 2023 is to date. That was to date as of April 30th. That included a 7,000 license fee from Caribbean Lottery Services, and the difference is from our dealers. And yes, we do expect new dealers to come online as we see them walk in probably once or twice a month.
So how is your application process as it pertains to being a retailer? And is there a checklist? What do they have to go through to become a retailer?
Okay, so 2 things. A dealer, they have to file an application. They're issued a license based on a police report. The fact that they sign on to saying that they are going to sell 35 tickets per draw minimum. And that's for a dealer. A retailer has to go through a more extensive background check. Every single person that signs on to that application, we have to put them through a background check, an NCIC or whatever that word is.
That's what I'm really interested in hearing about the retailers on the process that they have to go through.
And it has to do with location as well. Okay. Because we're not going to locate 2 retailers next to each other because it makes no sense. So, all of those pieces, and in tandem with Southern Gaming as well, we collectively look at those applications. We approve them, but we collectively look since they're the contractor.
And you regulate them also?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. We are unable to hear the senator.
Saying 1, 2. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Start his time over.
Able to hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do apologize for being late. I was in transit back to St. Thomas. And thank you to Mr. President for giving a shout out, calling and me to make sure I was okay. Thank you for that. Director Williams, to you and your team, what you're doing, and keep doing it. It's much appreciated. I know it's a lot of hard work, but you guys are built for it. Now, the wages, I didn't see an actual breakout of fringe, personnel, fringe, and benefits. Fringe, personnel, fringe, and vacancies. What are the vacancies at 50% or 100%?
We pay all our own bills. We don't get no money from nobody. So we pay 100%.
Okay, good. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so what is the current personnel numbers and fringe?
Ms. Proctor?
Charlene Proctor, Chief Financial Officer. The current total of employees is 40. The fringe benefits total is 935, 726, 16.
Okay, and when you say the personal, that's the fringe you said?
Yes.
Okay, and personal,
We have 40 employees.
right, so you say your fringe is 935?
You want the dollar amount for the employees?
Right, for personnel, correct. Personal numbers and then your fringe numbers.
Okay, we have rank and file at 177, 763, supervisors 57, 449, and exempt 700, 513, 80. That's the fringe breakout.
Okay, no. You don't have your total personnel.
It's 2
whole, and then what the percentage is of that for your fringe. Or you don't have it broken down like that.
1 minute.
If you don't, then I'm confusing the issue. Then we could always get it after through the chair. You could always send it to the chair.
I don't have it broken up like
Mega
that.
ball and power ball. How much money do we generate off of those games?
It's not a large number because people, I think what drives it is the purse, using the hospitalization purse. It depends on how much, as the game grows, expands, then more people sign on to play. But like on average, I think like $6,000.
You have a dollar figure? Okay, if you have a dollar figure, you need to get, you could always get that through the chair. Your law enforcement officers, I see you don't have a chief, vacant position. Are the officers operational? Are they working now?
Senator, they work every day. Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, and what generation is the equipment and what shifts do they work?
They work from January 7:30 in the morning to 5 when we close, and then during the evenings when we have our other game, Powerball Mega Million, they have to, as a requirement, they also have to be present for those games. What was the other question?
Okay, I think you need to get them all around the clock. And I heard my time call. I'm moving too fast. Oh, you have updated equipment for them to work with?
Yes. All our officers have updated equipment. What do you call it? Firearms, gun, whatever.
And for those employees who, sorry about that. For those employees who receive wage increases, they all retro and everything was paid up.
Everything. We don't owe people.
Okay, and finally, your building that you're in presently, do you have? Does that building need any work on it for the employees' working conditions? Do you need any maintenance or anything? Or is all of that budgeted for that?
No, we do whatever requires. Generally, like our air conditioning unit. That's probably the biggest issue that we have from time to time. But in terms of maintenance, whatever we need to do, we do.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back to Senator DeGraff's question with regards to your enforcement officers. So how many field enforcement officers do you have?
4.
4 field, and how many vacant?
2 in each one, 2.
We have 2.
Yeah, 2.
Speaking to the mic.
One in each district.
So you have 2, 1 in each district, and you are moving to fill those. So if those are filled, you would have 6 enforcement officers.
Correct.
And you also have because I think
a chief.
Okay, so you have a vacant chief.
Right.
And where are you with filling that vacant chief?
Well, my new director just came on board, so I'm trying to give her some opportunity to learn the landscape, to get familiar with it, because I would depend on her and my HR director to guide us in filling those vacancies.
Okay.
But like I said, immediately we're trying to get at least 1 enforcement officer position filled on St. Thomas.
Okay, so you responded and indicated that they work from 8 to 5. And then you do that Groovian thing, you talk fast, so we didn't hear what you were saying. So you say they work from 8 to 5, and then after 5 o'clock, there's something that happens.
Okay, so for the Powerball and Mega Million draws, those happen like 11 o'clock at night.
So, and then you have someone that goes to do the observation.
They're responsible for security. Several of my staff, they go in to do the reconciliation draw, it's called. But we're moving beyond that real soon because we're going to be able to do it from, the employees should be able to do it remotely from their homes.
Okay, so is it your belief that after 5 o'clock, that the illegal gaming is not going on?
Illegal gaming and all the time.
Illegal, whatever that is. So, I mean, you have 6 employees, and I guess it's hard to kind of stagger them, but do you have intentions, I mean, do you have intentions in the FY24 year to bring on new enforcement or additional enforcement officers?
Yes, to that. And number 2, the fact that we're going to be moving away from doing the draws in the evening, that frees up the enforcement team to be able to get out and do some of that stuff. But again, I'm yielding a lot of this to Ms. Richards, who's brand new. I have the greatest confidence that you'll see that progress happen.
Okay, because we need to, if we're gonna be serious about ramping up and getting some of these monies that's on the street, off the street, and into our coffers, then one of your KPIs, like I said earlier, needs to be definitely around that enforcement component.
And it has to be a collective effort. Let's be honest about that.
Right, but I'm saying you have internally, you have to do your part. So
Correct.
you have to look to hiring more enforcement officers.
Correct.
And making sure that their night hours, or whatever you call it, night differential hours. Okay. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our discussion with the Virgin Islands Lottery family. I don't think we have any more questions, so we're going to give you I think before you close, I have something to say. I have to really commend Miss, I always have a challenge with your first name, Shailene? Shailene. Shailene Proctor. I remember when she came before us. How long have you been with the lottery?
15 years.
15? Okay, well, wow. I didn't realize that. I remember when she came before us before, like in 2019, she was a little gun shy. But we have definitely seen the significant improvement in your financials, at least what you've presented to us today. So I want to commend you on that. And I'm certain it's because of the leadership of Mr. Williams and the team that's before us. So we want to commend you for what we're seeing. Of course, we always have more to do. So we're going to give you a 30-second close, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying that I'm going to put in a plug again for pending legislation that's coming before the Senate. I think it's imperative that in order for us to do our jobs, we need your support on that. Plug number 1. Number 2, I want to congratulate and thank my staff for the work they do. We don't always agree because, you know, that's how life is. But we put in the work that is required. I want to say that our community in general, a lot of people look at lottery as just a game. Lottery is not just games, it's about making dreams reality. And I always want to double down on that because just in sports, I think one of the senators spoke to it earlier, the fact that all the negative stuff we hear in our community, the shooting and this and that and the other, we help to stray people away from a lot of that. So that's why when we say when you play the VI lottery, everybody wins. You know, it's imperative that people recognize and understand that's the work that we put in on a daily basis. I want to thank you and your committee and the other senators that are present for having us here this afternoon. And that's it. That's a wrap on sports.
Well, thank you, and we're going to charge you for that.
30 seconds.
All right. We see that our good friends from the Casino Commission, they're here, so they're also ready. And hopefully we would have the similar experience that we had for the first 2 agencies that came before us today. So without further ado, the committee stands in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read Block 3.
3, VI Casino Control Commission. Invited testifiers, Mr. Marvin Pickering, Chairman, VI Casino Control Commission. And that's all for the, Madam Chair, that's all for the reading of the agenda.
Thank you. And good afternoon again to the Virgin Islands Casino Commission family.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Thank you for being here. And this afternoon, we're going to hear from you with regards to your 2024 ask of this institution. And before we begin, we're going to ask the chair to please put your name and title on the record, as well as the other supporting members that are here with you. So we'll start with you, Mr. Pickering.
Good afternoon, Senator. Marvin Pickering, Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
So we're having a little feedback. Let's try that one more time.
Marvin Pickering, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
Great. We'll now hear from Mr. Renee.
Luther Renee, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission.
And
Romisha Smith, Executive Assistant at the Casino Control Commission.
all right. Thank you for putting your name and titles on the record. Mr. Pickering, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, all honorable members of the committee, other honorable members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, and those listening and viewing via radio, television, and the internet. For the record, my name is Marvin L. Pickering, and I am the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission. Accompanying me today is Commissioner Luther F. Renee, Secretary Treasurer of the Commission, and our Executive Assistant, Romisha Smith. Due to her previously scheduled attendance at a conference on problem gambling, Commissioner Carolyn P. Herman Purcell, Vice Chair of the Commission, is unable to join us today. We thank you for the opportunity to present and discuss the fiscal year 2024 budget request for the Commission. The Commission is responsible for the regulation of casinos pursuant to the Virgin Islands Casino and Resort Control Act of 1995 as amended, Internet gaming and gambling pursuant to the Virgin Islands Internet Gaming and Gambling Act as amended, racinos pursuant to the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Industry Assistance Acts of 2011 and 2016, and Casino 4 Establishments Act permitted within the enterprise zones of Christiansted and Frederiksted. These statutes and all relevant amendments establish the basis for the governance and operations of the Commission and its staff. Finances. The Commission has 4 funding sources. 1, the general fund for salaries of the commissioners and staff only. 2, the Casino Control Revolving Fund pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 514, which was amended by Act Number 7643 and by Section 4 of Act Number 8184. This account is funded by casino and casino employee license fees, fines, and other fees imposed by law or through regulation by the Commission. 3, the Casino Revenue Fund pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 517, which was amended by Section 2 of Act Number 8577 and is funded by the 12% tax on gross revenues from DV Carina Bay Casino and Resort and VIGL CRG, commonly referred to as Caravel Hotel and Casino. With the amendment to 32 VI Code Section 517, the Commission now receives 25% of these taxes, with 75% allocated to other government departments or agencies, including 1% to the Commission for programs to treat and prevent gambling addiction, and 4 the Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund pursuant to 32 VI Code Section 901. The Commission has not received funding from this source since 2016, when Traxco ceased operations at the Randall Doc James Racetrack. As it relates to the general fund for the Commission's personnel, the total sum we are requesting for salaries and fringe benefits is $1,477,300 for 15 employees, including 2 vacancies. The vacant positions are for an in-house legal counsel and an executive director. The table below lists the names and related information for the employees, including commissioners of the Commission. The Casino Control Revolving Fund is a special checking account that serves as a depository of monies collected from all license, registration, and permit fees, fines, penalties, and other fees, all sums appropriated thereto by the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and all donations, gifts, and bequests. In this fiscal year 2023, from October 1st, 2022 through April 30th, 2023, the Commission collected $100,390, of which 80% or $80,312 was allocated to the Commission, and 20% or $20,078 was allocated to the Department of Justice, Division of Gaming Enforcement, DGE, operating account for their operating expenses relative to gaming enforcement. The signatories on this account are the Commissioners and the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. Regarding the Casino Revenue Fund, the Commission currently is allocated 25% of the gross casino revenue taxes levied on casinos at the rate of 12%. In fiscal year 2022, the amount appropriated to the Commission from the Department of Finance was $265,680 as compared to $164,732 for fiscal year 21, an increase of $100,948 or 61% year over year. This increase is primarily attributed to the change in April 2022 in the allocation rate from 10% to 25% pursuant to Act 8577. For the current fiscal year through April, the amount allocated to the Commission was $238,817 versus $137,412 when compared to the same period last fiscal year, an increase of 74%. The second quarter report below from the Department of Finance for fiscal year 23 shows the percentages and amounts distributed. The funds were distributed to Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Internal Revenue, University of the Virgin Islands, VI Alliance for Responsible Gaming, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, Casino Control Commission, and the Police Department. The distribution reports for fiscal years 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and through the second quarter of fiscal year 2023 can be found.
Just along just a tad bit. Our reporter, she has to understand everything that you're saying. She has to record everything. So just slow down a little bit for us.
Okay. The distribution reports for fiscal year 2019, 2020, 2021, and 22, and through the second quarter of fiscal year 2023 can be found on the Commission's website. The Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund has not provided any funding since Traxco ended casino operations in May of 2016. Thus far in this fiscal year, the Commission has not received any federal funds. However, overall, the Commission received approval for a project worksheet in the total amount of $123,326.72 for damages related to Hurricane Maria. Of that amount, the Commission has received $87,412 thus far. Approval is pending from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency regarding a mold remediation project in the amount of approximately $50,000. A financial overview of the Commission by bank accounts for the period October 1st, 2022 through April 30th, 2023 is inserted below for your review. Administrative actions. The Commission received funding for 2 additional positions in the fiscal year 2023 budget, and we thank this body for supporting our request for those positions. Specifically, the positions to be funded were an in-house legal counsel and an IT support specialist. I am pleased to report that the IT support specialist position was filled and the individual began work on July 17, 2023. The Commission is continuing in its search for legal counsel. The Commission currently also has a vacancy for the Executive Director's position, which we hope to post in the very near future and afford our employees who meet the qualifications an opportunity to apply. The vacant position for a commissioner from the District of St. Croix was filled with the nomination and subsequent confirmation of Commissioner Luther F. Renee by the 35th Legislature on April 14, 2023, to a 5-year term. The Commission thanks the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan, Jr. for Commissioner Renee's appointment and the members of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands for his confirmation. The Commission now has a full complement of commissioners. On February 10, 2023, the Commission issued its 3rd annual report to the Governor and the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The report was issued in accordance with the provisions of 32 VI Code, Section 424, and can be found on the Commission's website. In addition, on the same date, in accordance with the mandates of 32 VI Code, Section 514E, the Commission, for the first time in its history, submitted to the Legislature and the Commissioner of Finance the annual report for the Casino Control Revolving Fund. With the submission of quarterly reports and annual reports to the Commissioner of Finance and the Legislature, it removes a Yellow Book audit finding that was cited as a significant deficiency in internal control as it related to the Department of Finance. The Commissioners and staff are very pleased with this accomplishment. As was mentioned previously, the Casino Control Revolving Fund is a special checking account wherein all license, registration, and permit fees, fines, penalties, and other fees are deposited. The funds are split 80% to the Casino Control Commission and 20% to DGE for the operating expenses of both entities. The signatories to this account are the members of the Commission and the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. The Commission provides monthly financial reports to the Attorney General and the Director of Gaming Enforcement, detailing the revenues and expenditures related to the revolving fund. It is the intent of the Commission to foster a harmonious and cooperative working relationship with its employees. To that end, the Commission conducted employee performance evaluations examining results and goal accomplishments for calendar year 2022. Employees with satisfactory performance evaluations received salary adjustments. Managers and supervisors collaborated with employees to set goals to be accomplished for calendar year 2023. In addition, employees, including the commissioners, received ethics training during this fiscal year. It is imperative that the Commission's Code of Ethics is adhered to by the commissioners and staff. Further, the Commission conducted a forms workshop for personnel of the Commission and the DGE. The Commission's inspectors recently received training in table games, and such training will continue and soon be augmented with anti-money laundering and other education opportunities. And in seeking to increase accessibility into the operations of the Commission, the hearing room was upgraded with new audio-visual equipment that will enable the Commission to conduct meetings via Zoom or Microsoft Teams from that location. Also, it is the Commission's intent to live stream our regular quarterly meetings and public hearings in the near future. The Commission continues to review and monitor the licensure process for employees of the casinos and casino hotels and the related entities. Last fiscal year, with the assistance and coordination of the DGE, the Commission began to address the backlog of applications for all types of employee licenses and gaming and non-gaming entity licenses. However, Those efforts were short-lived because the DGE lacks the resources to adequately and timely submit the required investigative reports to the Commission. The Commission's records indicate that there are more than 180 applications currently at DGE awaiting investigative reports for gaming and non-gaming related entities, casino hotel employees, casino key employees, and casino service employees. Although the DGE is a division of the Department of Justice and not a part of the Commission's budget, the Commission strongly advocates for sufficient staffing for the DGE and hopes that this body will look favorably on requests from the Justice Department to provide critical resources to the DGE. The Commission issued a request for proposal for financial audit services to audit the fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023. Two CPA firms responded. The Commission selected a firm of Burt Smith and Company, and I am pleased to report that the fiscal year 2021 audit is currently underway. The Commission recently partnered with the National Council on Problem Gambling, NCPG, in recognition of Problem Gambling Awareness Month. At the Commission's request, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. issued a proclamation declaring March 2023 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Commission aired public service announcements throughout the territory on problem gambling awareness, placed banners in heavily traversed areas, and provided giveaways at the casinos, all containing the national helplines and other information on how and where to obtain free and confidential help for problem gambling. During fiscal year 2023, there were no casino patrons who were 86D'd, which in the industry refers to persons ejected or banned for improper conduct by a casino. The Commission processed 1 patron complaint and 6 petitions for voluntary self-exclusions. The Commission also decided 3 exclusion complaints and 6 license revocation complaints filed by the DGE. The Commission has secured the services of an independent hearing officer who will preside over matters such as these when warranted and make recommendations to the Commission for final disposition. The Commission issued new and renewal licenses for all categories to include casino employees, casino key employees, gaming-related entities, and non-gaming-related entities. The table below shows a comparison of licenses issued by the Commission for fiscal year 2022 and thus far for the current fiscal year. Please note that a total of 568 licenses in all categories were issued in fiscal year 2022. Through June of the current fiscal year, a total of 293 licenses were issued. The Commission has no outstanding past due invoices, and our only outstanding payments are for current goods and services procured over the immediately preceding month. The Commission is located at number 3005 Estate Orange Grove, Christiansted, St. Croix. The building is leased from the Government Employees Retirement System, GERS, and consists of approximately 4,667 square feet of gross leasable area. The Commission remains current with our rental obligations to the GRS. The Commission exercised its option to renew the current lease with the GRS for an additional year, which will expire on October 4th, 2023. The Commission and the GRS are currently in negotiations for a new lease. Indications are that the term of the lease would revert to the more customary 5 years at the very least. As expressed last year at our budget hearing, it is the Commission's intent to implement the provisions of the Internet Gaming and Gambling Laws of the Virgin Islands, 32 VI Code Chapter 21, Article 14. This law has been on the books for more than 20 years and has never been fully implemented despite previous attempts to do so. The Commission has engaged the services of a contractor, industry-renowned Gaming Laboratories International, GLI, to review the current law and rules and regulations, which must be updated to reflect the current environment of the industry with the new technological changes and current processes that have evolved since the enactment of our statutes. Unfortunately, this process is taking much longer than originally anticipated. However, the Commission will redouble its efforts to complete this task by the end of fiscal year 2024. Goals for fiscal year 2024. Continue to review the existing laws, regulations, and policies that govern the affairs of the Commission and propose amendments or make changes where necessary. Continue to upgrade the Commission's IT infrastructure to include improvements and access to social media platforms that will allow broadcasts of hearings and meetings. Continue development of internal policies and procedures for efficient and effective operations and management of the Commission. Issue a request for qualifications for gambling addiction counselors, which will enable the Commission to provide resources locally to patrons with gambling addiction through the Alliance on Responsible Gaming Fund. Provide technical training and other educational opportunities for the Commission staff while implementing activities designed to maintain and improve the positive workplace environment. Continue to foster and enhance the working relationship between the Commission and the DGE to ensure that regulatory compliance is maintained throughout the gaming industry. Upgrade the Commission's website to include continuous content improvement and ensure transparency of the Commission's functions and operations. And continue to encourage casino entities and other stakeholders to undertake the obligations of the gambling and gaming industry in promoting responsible gambling while working to prevent problem gambling. Before closing, I wish to take this opportunity to express my appreciation and thanks to my colleagues on the Commission and the entire staff, including our inspectors who are usually on site daily at the casinos, for their diligent work to protect the integrity of the local casino industry and to enhance the gaming experience for patrons. I must also acknowledge their commitment as we strive to maintain the public's trust and to instill confidence that this Commission will operate above reproach and in a transparent manner at all times. Madam Chair, this concludes the testimony of the Virgin Islands Casino Control Commission relative to its fiscal year 2024 budget. The representatives of the Commission stand ready to respond to all the questions you and the members of this body may have to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Pickering. Colleagues, we're going to go to another 3-minute round. Let me ask you, I think the ask that came down, or the recommendation that came down under the executive branches, the governor's budget from the miscellaneous section, that amount is $1,423,800. And you're requesting an additional 53.5, which will take the ask to $1,477,300. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
What is the justification for the additional 53.5?
We granted salary increases, as I mentioned in my testimony, and related fringe benefits.
So your salary increases and your associated fringe benefits total an additional 53.5?
Yes. Actually, the difference is 59,500.
Okay, so
those two line items, the workers' comp and the uniform allowance, 6,000. Those are paid from internal funds and not from the general fund. I believe that we should have probably clarified that when it was submitted last year.
That's not an issue. Can you please provide us with a breakdown of the salary increases by position?
Okay.
The old salary, the new salary, the difference, and the associated fringe benefits. So can you please send that back to the committee?
Certainly.
And you mentioned that you have hired Bert Smith
Yes.
to conduct your audits, and you have not conducted audits since 2021. So you have a 2020 audit? Or is it
no.
that you are just foregoing?
Yeah, because those records were probably unauditable. I came on board in December of 2020. So the audits that we're requesting is under my tenure.
So
it's public knowledge what went on.
I'm just trying to figure out. So you basically will start with your current financials and move forward.
Correct.
All right. So they're starting 21 when? FY 21?
It's they have already started. They started about maybe a month ago.
And when do they intend to begin 22?
Upon completion of the 21, I can't give a definitive timeline.
What is the associated cost for the audits?
The first year, I believe it's in the neighborhood of 19,000.
And 19K?
Yeah.
So
and then
what prevents them from doing 22 and 21 simultaneously? You funding from your end?
No. We have the funding. I guess that's their style. It's the first time that's been audited. I believe that's their practice. I don't really know the answer to that question.
Because you noted, do you have an audit plan? Like, when are they to finish this? The 21. When are they to complete 21?
Well, I was hoping that it might have been completed before we came down here.
Okay, but what is the audit plan, though? Because usually they would have an audit plan saying when they'll be done.
I don't have that with me.
Yeah, so we have to be mindful of the completion, because even if there's a certain period within the current audit that they start the next audit, then, that'll work. But wait until the one finish to start the other one, then you're never going to really catch up.
Right.
You see?
I'm smiling because we had this discussion last year.
Yeah, but we still having it this year again.
You and me.
So that's mean we hear nothing what we say.
Well, I didn't have an audit going on last year, but we have it going on now.
Okay, so I really think that you need to look at that, and that's why I asked you, if funding is the issue, then we can figure out how to support that. If funding is not the issue, then I believe that a discussion needs to be had with them to figure out if they can start the 22 at least midway into 21.
I'll ask a question.
Okay?
Sure.
Because then that'll help you to really catch up, and then once you close 23, you'll be in a position to start your 2023 audit, and then when you come back next year, you'll be able to say, well, we are in the middle of our 23 audit. Otherwise, next year, and tell me we're doing a 22 audit, you're still behind. And it's important because all of these cognizant type agencies also have to submit their audits to the government of the Virgin Islands to support their larger audit, and that impacts our ability to have unqualified audits in the Virgin Islands when we have component units like yourself that's missing from the overall audits. And you know that better than me.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right, so colleagues, we're going to go to the first senator, and Senator Angel Bolcas, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to CEO Pickering and the leadership team of the VI Casino Control Commission.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. How about you?
That's good. So far, so good, so good.
Great.
I have a few questions concerning the impact on revenue generation. I know that the Commission has not received any funding from the Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund since 2016. There's been delays in implementing internet gaming and gambling laws. Potential revenue generation from those laws could affect the Casino Control Commission, as well as a backlog of license applications, 180 applications based on your testimony, which can result in challenges for businesses and individuals also seeking licenses. So from a fiscal standpoint, let's start off with the backlog. And you're awaiting investigation reports from the Division of Gaming Enforcement. What specific actions can be taken right now to try to, I don't want to say expedite, but just to make sure that those individuals who are, if I can call them, in limbo with these applications that are being processed, and even potential collections, what's being done to make sure that those applications don't go null and void, so to speak?
Well, thank you for the question. The DGE has indicated to us that what prevents them from completing these investigations is the fact that they are understaffed. The director has indicated that he would need an additional 2 investigators and another administrative support person. The financial impact is not the major issue there, because upon submitting an application, the applicants pay for the licenses up front. The issue is if something is found, if something negative is found in those investigative reports, when they do come, or when they are completed, the commission now has to revoke the licenses.
30 seconds.
Institute procedures, to have those licenses revoked, and that's an expensive type proposition.
So their understaffing obviously affects your direct revenue generation, and that's why it's important for inter-department or inter-agency or commission, inter-commission. What I'm getting at is just more communication within the departments and agencies to facilitate those direct needs, because understaffing in one agency can affect the revenue generation of another. So I'm hoping that that is rectified sooner than later, and I think my time has been called, so I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkas. You had a follow-up question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In relativity to, with the intention of implementing provisions for the internet gaming and gambling laws of the Virgin Islands, which has not been able to be implemented in about 20 years. You mentioned that there's a company that you're working with and you're hoping to get those implemented by the end of this year, I believe you mentioned.
Fiscal year 24.
I apologize, fiscal year 24. After that implementation, do you foresee return of interest, so to speak, when it comes from those regulation efforts? And if so, would you be able to quantify about what sort of figures we would be looking at based on the current population of businesses that exist?
Yeah, certainly, we're looking to that there will be increased revenues. To quantify it right, at the moment, no, we have not performed those studies. The first order of business is to review the current laws and to see where we need to. And I'm pretty sure, 99.9% sure that we need to make amendments to that law. But online gaming is huge. Last calendar year, the AGA, American Gaming Association, reported our revenues from online gaming in the amount of some $8 billion. And so to tap into a slice of that would certainly be beneficial to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands.
Most definitely. And thank you for your answer. And Madam Chair, thank you for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Bulkas. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, CEO Pickering, Mr. Rene and Ms. Smith, and thank you so much for your testimony. In respect to internet gaming and your engagement with a contractor, are there any associated costs for that engagement?
Yes, we entered into agreement with GLI, and the total cost of that contract is $56,000.
Okay, very well. I want to go to the post-audit report, and specifically I want to speak to travel conference and to training. For fiscal year 23, there was no budget allotted for training, but for 24, I'm seeing a projection of $4,000, which is important. How did that figure come about, the 4,000?
You are looking at, can you point me to the page?
Page 4 of 9.
Okay, and what specific line item, I'm sorry?
I'm speaking to, but you know what, let me start with travel conference. For 2023 was $60,000, for projected for 24 is $102,000. How did you come up with that amount?
We plan to attend, we have additional staff, for one. We anticipate that our commissioners and executive team will attend at least 3 conferences this fiscal year. Hence I think the average cost for a conference is probably in the area of $6,000 or $7,000, depending on the location, of course.
So that would explain also the difference of $4,000 also for training, from $6,000 to $10,000 for 24. It was $6,020 this fiscal year, and for fiscal year 24 is $10,000. Would that account for the difference also in training because of the extra staff?
And more training and additional training. You know, we just began, in all honesty, we just began providing training to, and this is primarily for the inspectors.
Okay, very well. And in your goals, you spoke to continue to encourage casino entities and other stakeholders to undertake the obligations of the gambling and gaming industry in promoting responsible gambling while working to prevent problem gambling. That's very important in our territory because a lot
30
of
seconds.
the folks that participate are elders. So how do you enforce this? How will you enforce this? And are you doing that right now?
Yes, last year earlier this year, as I mentioned in the testimony, we joined NCPG in promoting the Problem Gambling Awareness Month. We joined with other partners in the industry. Executive Director Williams mentioned that in his presentation, and we encourage the casino operators, and even in St. Thomas with the Southland Gaming and the lottery over there, to join us in making the patrons aware that if they do in fact have problem gambling, or if there's some sort of gambling addiction, that help is available. And as you would note in my goals as well is to issue an RFQ for locally trained psychologists or behavioral people in that area, so that we could, the national helpline is good, but we would like to have local people here on the ground to provide that kind of assistance to people who may have that issue.
But Madam Chair, in closing, but you said encourage, but how do you, if it's happening and the investigators know it's happening, how do you enforce this outcome based on a statement?
I'm not sure. No, are we talking about responsible gaming?
Yes.
And that's the only way that you could do it. Making people aware if that do in fact have a problem and where they can seek help.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
And we like our industry partners to join us in that effort.
Thank you for your response, and it was music to my ears when you talked about having local providers on the ground to provide support for unhealthy gambling, if you will. We just had that discussion with the Virgin Islands Lottery, and we were made to understand that they actually partner with you to ensure that if we have those types of challenges, that the information or there's that connection between yourself and the lottery. So that's important. But the one thing that I believe that we're not seeing, and particularly in, I guess it's throughout the territory, is more advertising of the what do you call it? Gambling Anonymous? What do you call it?
Is a problem gambling hotline?
Yes,
Yes.
we're not seeing that. So we need to see more of that, because I know in my district, a lot of our seniors are gambling, are playing the VLTs, etc. So, I think we need to beat in that drum. We are seeing the revenues that we're generating from this type of business, but we also need to make sure that we are doing all that we could do to support the citizens in our territory who's participating and ensuring that we are generating these revenues. So I think that we need to see more PSAs and the like. I don't know. I do believe, though, that the Virgin Islands Lottery does have a responsibility to also share in the associated costs for those PSAs. So we need to talk to them some more about that, because they do generate a significant amount of revenues from what we have happening in the St. Thomas St. John district.
Yes, and if I may, not only the lottery, but we encourage and try to get the casino operators to join us in that effort. We have during the month of March and coming up in September. September is Responsible Gaming Education Month. Throughout that month, you would see a lot more of that type of activity, the PSAs, notices throughout the gaming establishments, things of that nature. We provided giveaways that during Problem Gambling Awareness Month. We were at the casinos, and we were on various media throughout the territory, not just St. Croix, where we have where the Casino Control Commission has jurisdiction, but throughout the territory, because we do understand that there's gaming throughout the territory.
Absolutely. But I think going back to my colleague's point, you use the word encourage. And can that be made part of the mandate, that a percentage? I don't know. I don't have the details around all of the work that you do or all of their requirements. But can that be a part of the mandate that, they also, which is those that are actually on the ground providing the gaming opportunities here? Can that be a requirement that they carve out a certain percentage of their revenues to give back to the whole marketing, if you will, or PSAs is more better, of reminding and enforcing and beating the drum on the importance of being mindful of the bad gambling behaviors, if you will?
Yeah, well, the legislature, in its wisdom, when this act was passed back in '95, did carve out, 1% of the casino revenue fund. That is the money that goes to the VI Alliance on Responsible Gaming. If we feel that that 1% needs to be increased without cutting my share, then we put that on the table.
So what does that number look like at the end of the day, that 1%?
We received 265,000 from that fund, so
20,000 about?
26.
So then what prevents us from engaging in a contract with the media or medias, print media, radio media, whatever it is, to in fact continue to put that information out, to have those PSAs occurring on a regular basis?
Yeah, we probably could step up the frequency of those, and that's a good suggestion.
Okay.
See how far the funding will take us.
All
But
right.
yes.
Thank you. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to Mr. Chairman, CEO, and Commissioner Pickering, man with
Afternoon,
many
sir.
hats, as well as to Commissioner Renee and Ms. Smith. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chairman, and say one, say two. In this current environment and the fact that we don't have enough mental health resources available, if people gambling to relieve their stress, so be it. I don't want them to take on the stress and, go and commit further crime. So if gambling is presenting some of the opportunity, let them gamble. The only offset to that, of course, is that when they go to gamble and they take the light bill money to go pay for the gambling, now it compounds the problem and add to the stress level.
Exactly.
So, we definitely have to provide some balancing act. But when we talk about, providing the gambling addiction, I believe that we have to engage Department of Health, Human Services. Everybody has to be involved in this process so that we can bring some relief to our people in this community. But I wanted to ask you, do you have a strategic plan or KPIs to help you to gauge and guide the running of the Casino Control Commission?
We basically set goals. Yes, we do. We set goals of what we want to, what we like to accomplish year after year. Not only from the commission's level, but whatever those our goals at the commission level, it is reflected to some extent in the goals of our individual employees. But we do in fact have goals set aside each year. We have divided them into quarterly increments. So yes, we
1 minute.
We do have ways to measure and to measure those accomplishments, or the attainment of those goals.
Very well. You had a demonstrable audit that was done sometime back by the Inspector General's office. Have you been able to remedy or put in place, some of those suggested corrective action that was made to the Casino Commission?
Absolutely, and much of the credit for implementing those recommendations from
30 seconds.
From the IG is due to our predecessors, namely Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Bourne. They implemented much of those procedures prior to us coming on board. But we have implemented some additional policies. Namely, one of the things that was cited in the IG report was there was no travel policy. We implemented those. There were policies that there must be additional signatories and on checking accounts. Those were done.
Time.
And like I said, we also provide regular reports to the various stakeholders. So yes, those recommendations. Most of those recommendations were, in fact, implemented.
Very well, Madam Chair. Just have a couple more quick questions, if you'll permit it. In regards to revenues, obviously you sent in your revenue earlier. Do you have an updated report on what your revenues look like at this time?
Yes, through April, we just the consultant that prepares our financial statements had some issues, so we just sent out May, but we have it through April.
Yeah, but through April.
And we could provide you copies of those if
Please
you
do,
wish.
if you could submit that to the Madam Chair so we could get it to post-audit. You spoke about an independent hearing officer. Who's that person?
That is Attorney Belfon out of St. Thomas.
Belfon, okay. Do you have any litigation or judgment against the Casino Commission at this time?
We do have a couple cases before the Superior Court. We have a settlement proposal in front of us regarding one of those cases. The other two cases, I believe, have to do with a fine that was levied on DV some time back, and those cases are still pending.
Okay. Anything that requires additional funding or funding consideration by this committee while contemplating your budget requests?
Not any more that I have requested. Not at this time.
I mean, I'm referring to the judgments or litigation matters.
No.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I guess that's it. That's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for responding, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So I know that you have your legal counsel position vacant.
Yes.
When was the last time that position was filled?
I can't recall if we ever had a in-house legal counsel per se. I think the last time we had attorney Jada Finch, who was the Finch Sheen, who was the hearing officer, and she performed some of those legal duties within the office. But we would like to have an attorney on staff.
Okay, so you currently use attorney Ross Edwards to provide those services?
Well, she's now been elevated to the Superior Court, so.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
Yes, so we currently don't have a legal counsel.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, with the hiring of a legal counsel, are you still going to need the services of a legal counsel? Do you need two legal counsels, or is it that you just need one?
Yeah, but the purpose of the independent hearing officer is to hear those types of cases. The in-house legal counsel is going to provide legal advice, in terms of other matters regarding the commission. The hearing officer, if someone is expelled from the casino, if we have to revoke licenses and things of that nature.
Okay, so
they would hear that.
No, but what I'm asking you is, so you currently have Attorney Belfon as your independent hearing officer?
Yes.
Correct, right? And then you had past tense, because it still says ongoing, but of course, I agree that Ross Edwards is at the court system right now. But you have a vacancy also for a vacant attorney. So the services that were provided by Attorney Ross Edwards, are you going to continue to look for a firm to provide those services in addition to hiring a legal counsel?
No.
Which one are you doing?
We're going to hire an in-house legal counsel.
I see.
Yes.
So you're hiring an in-house legal counsel, and you believe that the load is, yeah, well, I guess it benefits you more, huh?
Yep.
Okay, I see that. I see that based on what you paid out in 2022.
Yes.
All right, very well. Let me ask you a quick question. Your employees' transportation, your inspectors that go between the two casinos here, what do they utilize their own vehicles?
Yes, they
Their
do.
own personal cars?
Yes, they do.
And how do we cover
And they don't, you know, they go to the casino and they stay there. They don't go between different casinos. You know, once they're signed or they're signed during that rotation, they stay at that particular
So
casino.
they drive to work, that's basically what you're
Exactly.
saying?
They commute, yes.
Okay, so I was going to ask you if you're providing them with any allowances for maintenance and gas for their vehicles.
They commute to work. That's a commuting
That's
expense.
their commute
Yes.
expense. All right, so we're clear on that. All right, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon. Okay, real quickly, I wanted to follow up with the vehicles. You know, I'm a rookie senator. I ain't know too much about the Casino Control Commission, but I see you got 13 employees, 8 vehicles, but the inspectors got to use their own and they got to drive around. So do all of you have a vehicle assigned to you? Do you have one? And Mr. Rene, do all 3 of you have a vehicle assigned to you?
Sorry, did you say 8 vehicles?
Yeah, you mentioned 8 vehicles, and you have 13 employees.
No, we do not have 8 vehicles.
How many vehicles you have?
We have 3.
3, okay, my bad. So the employees who are inspecting, they're using their own car?
That's correct.
So who are the cars assigned to?
The commissioners.
The commissioners,
We have,
okay, good. You know,
2
that's good. Okay, so I noticed here they got travel for 60,000, another 12,000, conference fee at 25,000, a total 97,000. Do you guys travel first class or economy? You know, I want a New York opera ticket, you know. Do you travel first class or economy?
We basically travel economy, but our travel policy says that we can, you know, and it depends on the
okay, thank you.
where we're
Economy,
going.
that's you.
Yes.
Okay. So how many people traveling to this conference for $25,000?
That is not one conference.
Okay,
That's,
there's several.
Yeah, that's several
Okay.
conferences.
Let's go to the interest expense for $9,200. How do you get interest expense of $9,200? Explain what happened there.
We had from the prior chair, and part of the issues that she was involved with, she ran up the commission's credit card, and interest was being charged. We have since paid that balance off, so there are no further
1 minute.
interest charges.
Okay, how about the bank service fee of $3,000? How do you accumulate a bank service fee of $3,000?
Yeah, we have several bank accounts, and those are the monthly bank charges.
Okay, the salary and fringes is $1,423,800. You know, this is actually the highest personnel service cost in the government. You're asking for $53,500 more. So what specifically
30
is that
seconds.
$53,500 more? What is that for?
Yeah, as the chair requested earlier for a breakdown, it's primarily salary increase and related fringe benefits.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Madam Chair, my time was called, I didn't get. Okay, so the online gaming you say was $8 billion. How can the Casino Control Commission benefit from that online gaming? Give me the projections how we can get some of that $8 billion.
Well,
time.
First of all, we have to implement implement the laws once they're reviewed, and once we put the system in place. Now, online gaming. Let me explain, if I can. Online gaming is limited to the jurisdiction that one is in. For example, if we have online gaming here in the Virgin Islands, it could only be done in the Virgin Islands. Here in the Virgin Islands, you can't, not legally, you can't legally game in other jurisdictions. The hope is, down the road, once online gaming sports betting is implemented, that we have 2 million visitors that come through the Virgin Islands on cruise ships. you capture, it used to be 2 billion. If we could capture a certain percentage of that for online gambling, because you know they have slot machines on the ships, but online gaming, that is a projection, but we have not done a study to quantify exactly how much we could capture. That would be all in the review and the analysis process once that is completed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay, so just going back to, and I did have that note here, just going back to the whole online gaming and gambling opportunities, you did indicate that you've hired a contractor to begin to look at how the Virgin Islands can move forward with implementing?
That is correct.
And do you have some sort of a timeline around that?
Yeah, I had hoped that it would have been completed by now, but as I mentioned in my testimony, it has not been. And this would be part of the duties and responsibilities as well to, with the in-house legal counsel to work alongside with that contractor, you know, to help move this project along.
So how long have you been in contract with that contractor?
Since February, March of 22. We've had several meetings, but like I said, I'm disappointed with the progress.
So you're paying that person on a monthly?
No. It's upon completion of the work. Well, I think we've paid. I think we've paid them about $6,000 or $7,000.
Well, what was your contractual requirements as far as the deliverables?
Well, like I said, it's
something called sunk costs. You know, you would know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Right? So sometimes you just gotta move on.
Exactly.
If it's not working for you.
Exactly, and that's what I said. You know, it's not going the way that I had intended. So yes.
So here it is, right? So we have 3 commissioners, correct?
That's correct.
To include yourself. And I'm not one that'll look at people pay, because I believe that people should be paid for the work that they do, and people should be paid based on their qualifications, et cetera, and their responsibility. So something like that is very important. And, you know, decisions have to be made, tough decisions have to be made, just like there are times that us here in this institution, we don't want to run from some of the tough decisions, but the people said, hey, we believe that you can make the tough decisions that's necessary to move the needle in the Virgin Islands. So that's a tough decision I gotta make. If they're working on that from 22, I don't know what the deliverables were. When were they supposed to finish the work? But you all have to look back at that to make a determination as to whether or not this is working and move on. We are losing money. And when we look at our budgets over the past, I'm gonna say, 4 years. Let's say since the pandemic. No, before the pandemic. Since the storms of 2017. So let's say 2019. We received all of these federal dollars. We have all these federal projects. There's a whole lot going on. Then we see the pandemic, and we see more revenues. But at some point, we have to stop and recognize that all of these funds, all of these projects are going to go away. And we're going to be left with trying to figure out how do we continue to ensure that we are able to balance our budgets on the same levels. We're giving salary increases. There's a whole lot going on here. So part of our responsibility is to ensure that while we are seeing good times or the flourish, during that flourishing time, we have to be like, you know how the little ants them that move around? We have to move around like ants and keep lifting to ensure that we don't find ourselves in a jam 5, 6, 7 years from now. And based on the conversations that I'm hearing over and over, I don't know that we are really moving in that direction fast enough. because I always remind folks that I just always try to take people back to 2017. 2017, we were on the verge, or I would say we were in bankruptcy, literally. But for the storms of 2017, I don't know what we'd tell ourselves. So we have to really, really think about each of us who have certain major roles. How do we ensure that our part, particularly those of us who are responsible for raising revenues, how do we make sure that we are doing all that we can to raise the revenues here in the territory? Because hard times are going to come again.
Your point is well taken. We would step up the pace, and you're right. You know, we probably have to sever our ties with that consultant and step up the pace. Because yes, you know, you're absolutely correct that if this would generate, bringing in online and sports betting will increase revenues, yeah, that's the direction that we need to move in.
Absolutely. All right, thank you for that. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Chairman Pickering. Good afternoon, newly appointed Commissioner Renee and Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I want to say that with the newly appointed commissioner, I discovered something with the Casino Commission as it pertains to 32 VI Code, Section 405, as it pertains to members of the commission, qualifications and eligibility. It states that no more than 2 members of the commission be of the same political affiliation, which caused some problems with getting the newly appointed commissioner on board, and I'm sure that was probably a problem in the past. So what would you recommend that language be changed so you don't have any further problems?
No, so that, and thank you for the question. The issue was when the commission had 5 members, that no less than 2 made sense. But now it is down to 3 members, you know, so not more than 1 commissioner should be of the same political affiliation.
Interesting. So there's no plan to get 5 commissioners?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
But you know, I've been hearing talk about putting all gaming activities under 1 commission, and if that ever happens, certainly we would have to increase the commissioners in that instance.
Okay. So newly appointed Commissioner Renee, I see there that you don't have much to be asked, but I'm going to ask you as a newly appointed commissioner. What would you say if
1 minute
challenges that you see at the commission, just say 2 challenges, 1 challenge that you think that would be a good idea to address?
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Capehart, thank you. The volume of work is one challenge. And more importantly...
If you can raise your mic a little higher. Yes.
More importantly, I think from my vantage point of being fairly new, the bottleneck in terms of having the DGE
30
perform
seconds.
the required investigations in a timely manner. And like the chairman said earlier, even if you give a temporary license and you discover that there has been an issue with that applicant later on, now you have to revoke it. Whereas if the DGE had enough time and resources to do it long before, it should alleviate a lot of problems.
Thank you. Chairman, how many gambling addiction counselors do you have on board?
None. We don't have any on board right now.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I...
and with the permission of the Chairman, I would just like to add to what he just said. We have just recently written the Department of Health, if they can team up with us, that a commission will pay for counselors training, so we could have some counselors on board.
Oh, okay, great. Chairman, in terms of taxes, what taxes does a casino pay?
The casinos pay taxes on the gross gaming revenues. Gross gaming revenues being whatever is gambled less whatever is paid out. And so that's at the rate of 12%. In terms of actual numbers, so far this fiscal year, taxes amounted to about $1.5 million, and that's through May. Last fiscal year, we was about 2.3 million. The year before that, 2.2 million. And as I stated, the commission gets 25% of those. 75% of that goes to other agencies, such as I mentioned in my testimony, which would alleviate those agencies from being funded from for some of those programs from the general fund.
Did your employees receive their premium pay?
Yes, we did. Ms. Smith?
Yes, Senator. Not all, but a few employees did receive the pay on September 9th of 2022.
Let me, all the employees that qualified for premium pay received premium pay. No employees owed premium pay.
Okay, great. How many casinos does the Casino Control Commission regulate?
Just two, the DV and Caravel.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So, going back to the problem gamblers and this whole conversation about training an individual on the ground or in the office, for the office, don't you believe that it will be better served if you were to utilize your local psychologists here? I don't know. I'm just trying to explore ways where you have, well, I don't know what it'd be, contractual relationships or whatever that is with your local psychologist. The insurance that we have, our Cigna and the one for the United. Mm-hmm. That insurance provides unlimited counseling services for free. So it's just about how you set up those systems to move those individuals in the direction of the local psychologists that we have here on the ground to assist if there's a challenge. I guess the primary concern is how do we identify the individuals who are problem gamblers?
Yeah, and people, we do have the commission does in fact have a voluntary self-exclusion for people that realize that they do have an issue. Others do not. But it was, I mentioned the National Council on Problem Gambling. They specifically train people to recognize and to treat gambling addiction.
Okay.
It is our hope that, and as Commissioner Renee mentioned, we recently wrote to Commissioner Encarnacion at the Department of Health, and to do, in fact, that, to see how we could partner to have those professionals, available to treat gambling addiction.
Okay, so our local professionals can more than, if they're interested, of course, engage in that program that you're looking to put together as it relates to training. All right, very well. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. I know that you you and Madam Chair are supposed to give you some information regarding the wage increases. But when are those wage increases effective date?
They were effective as of January 1st of this calendar year.
Okay, so would that 59 cover retro pay also?
Yes, when were those payments made? They were made in what was July, May or June, and they were in fact retroactive to January 1st.
Okay, so the money that you're asking for the wage increases covers the retro.
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Is it going to cover the retro? Because you're asking for money for the wage increases.
Yes.
But is it going to cover retro payments?
The wage increases and retro payments were already made. You know, these are the new salaries going forward.
Okay, I got you. I got it. No, I understand. I didn't understand before.
Okay.
I think in your testimony you mentioned about mold remediation. Is that in one of the work environments of your employees?
No, it's primarily in an isolated part of the building, you know, and it's primarily in with files. But the remediation aspect of it is to install electrical vents to prevent and mitigate, you know, future mold conditions.
Okay, and what is the work environment of your employees?
What is the work environment?
Yes, do you need any funding for maintenance or anything like that for your employees?
1 minute.
Or is everything covered with the work?
Yeah. You know, we pretty much don't have those issues, but regular maintenance is performed, and you know, as I mentioned before, that the building or office leased from GRS, we lease from GRS, and any maintenance issues, major maintenance issues, are covered by them.
Okay, and finally for me, did all 13 employees receive wage increases?
No. Those increases did not include commissioners and those who did not meet the satisfactory performance. So nine employees received salary increases.
9. Okay, good. All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so your satisfactory performance is subjective or objective?
Hey, evaluations are based on objective standards.
So
you actually look at the performance. Yeah, you know,
So
but
So you conduct evaluations annually?
Yes, we recently begun to do that. Yes, we just started in for 22.
So
performance evaluations are not too common.
Hold tight a second. So you started your evaluations in 22.
Yes, that's correct.
And prior to your evaluations, that's tied to salary increases, did you advise your team in a year out that they will be evaluated and the evaluations will be tied to their salaries?
No, I did not. Performance evaluations, are not for salary increases. The primary purpose of a performance evaluation is to give that employee feedback on their performance. They will receive salaries increases subject to their performance and the availability of funding.
Okay, so that's the key operative word.
Yeah.
Subject to. So
Right.
were they aware of the subject to? That's the question.
Yes.
And they were aware that they were not having evaluations prior to 2022. However, you're going to be seeing evaluations in the next year?
Going forward, that is correct.
In the next year?
Began in They were advised in 2022 that there would be performance evaluations.
And when do those evaluations take place?
At the end
point of
of
information.
they actually took place in January, February of this year, based on the performance for the prior year.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're fair and all of the information is being shared with employees in a timely fashion.
Absolutely.
All right.
Point of information.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was almost out the door, but I had to run back. Commissioner, then do you have a copy of that information that you could forward to the chair regarding your evaluations? Because again, it sounds like I will cry foul, but you know, I want to be on the right side. So if you have that information, you can forward it to the chair.
I don't think, I'm sorry. The employee performance evaluations, that's a personnel matter. And I don't think that we want to share that. If you want to see the standards that we base it on,
that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, no, I don't want to employee. Just the standards.
Yes. Yeah, we could
general
provide that.
standard, not employee.
Yeah, we could provide
information.
that. Okay, it's not.
Thank you, sir.
Not an
Thank
issue.
you, Madam Chair.
Right.
So basically, when you have a new employee that comes on board, is that part of the onboarding discussion?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Because I just want to make sure that you're not opening yourself to any litigations. Because around here, I'm certain that you've been watching some of our budget hearings, and you've been seeing how some of our citizens are not receiving services, and folks are still getting salary increases. So we don't want to marginalize those that are on the lower scale. I do agree, though. I'm a firm believer that you should perform in order to receive your salary increases. I'm a firm believer in that, but there must be a system and a period to allow for that before implementation. So if you said that you had that period prior to implementation, fine. I just want to make sure that you gave that requisite period to ensure that those employees understood this is what's coming. You've been here for X years, but things are going to look a lot different here. That's it.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in communication.
Okay.
You know, you inform people as to what the expectations are. I often hear you use a term of you monitor. What was the term you used?
You're the lizard man.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, what gets monitored gets done,
right?
Yes.
I have a different spin on it, and I learned this from an engineering friend of mine. You know, you inspect what you expect.
Absolutely. Agreed. So we're on the same page.
Right.
We are very much a lot alike.
Yes.
So I have to concur with you on that. And there's also something that's very important where we're having these quotes and things that we believe in. Sometimes as leaders, what we have to do is we need to get on the balcony in any organization and look down into the organization to determine how you are impacting that organization positively or negatively. And that's not only for the leaders, that's for every single person that put a foot on the ground and open that door in the morning. Agreed?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so, and that's something that I strive to do. Colleagues, I believe we've exhausted our discussion with the Casino Control Commission. I don't necessarily have any other questions. If we do have any other questions, we will reach out to you. And you said, let me just quickly, you have, how many, do you have a vehicle, do you have vehicles in St. Thomas?
No,
No
we do
vehicles in
not.
St. Thomas. Okay, good.
But we do not, no.
Do you intend to?
Yes.
Why?
Because our commissioner in St. Thomas. We now have office space at the Justice Department. The commissioners here on St. Croix go to work every day, and we expect that of the commissioner in St. Thomas
Mr. President,
as well.
I'm happy that you're the vice chair. Oh, he's gone? No, good. Yeah, Mr. President, you know, a long time ago, there was a lot of pressure that was placed on the institution of the legislature when I was looking in from the outside. And senators were no longer allowed to have their own vehicles. But when we look around the entire community, all of the employees that are down to middle managers have their own vehicles, have vehicles that we appropriate the funding for in most instances. And Mr. Pickering, he just basically said, and the reason why I say it is not because the employees are driving the cars to work, but he's basically saying, yeah, the commissioners, they got office, so they got to drive to work. Wow. Talk about perks in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I mean, I think we've done something one better. We've allowed individuals to have employment, so they provide us with transportation if we need transportation as tied to the work that we do. So I think we've done one better, but I'm just saying that you made a comment earlier that that's part of the, when I asked you about your what was the title? The inspectors, you said, yeah, that's their, what did you say?
Commuting expense.
That's their commuting expense.
Yeah. But I'm not going to go any further.
No, we're going to leave it there.
I will leave it. I will leave it. I will leave it.
We're going to leave it there, but yeah. I'm just saying this so my colleagues can understand that the institution of the legislature, we spend a lot of time eating our own. And I know for one, and I could tell you there's certain people I could definitely depend on. When I don't see them, I texting them to find out if they're okay. That work with me. So there are people here that put in a lot. So I just want to make sure I put out there. I probably get some blows for it, but you know, in these types of organizations, you got to make your back strong, right? But anyway, we're going to give you an opportunity for a 30-second close. Thank you and your team for being here with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and all the honorable members of this body for the opportunity to present the Commission's budget to you, to the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee. I want to thank my colleagues on the Commission for their assistance and their input during this budget preparation process. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to thank our dedicated executive staff and all our staff members at the Commission, you know, for their contributions as well. We thank you so much for the opportunity again.
And thank you for your presentation today. And like I said earlier, if we need to ask you any additional follow-up questions, we will definitely reach out to do so. Colleagues, we've exhausted 3 agencies for today. And of course, we're back at it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned for today.